Yo, I'm the code queen, Silicon Supreme. Your front-end framework's just a broken dream. React Next.js, you think you're so slick, but your components are weak like your GitHub commit. Wouldn't give my number if prod was at stake. Your deployment pipeline's as fake as your take. You can't handle me one way or another. Your code is so disgusting, wouldn't even say hi to your brother. Your React site got funded by investors, bunch of suckers. Your future full of entire refactors. Your React site crashed on site. My vanilla code shines bright. No digits for you tonight. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. You glorified plumber, just a code 304. Haskell functional, more like dysfunctional. Your pure functions are pure assumptions. You use Rust like it's peak, but still leak that heap. Your pants scream junior dev, you're a script kiddie cheat. Tech streamers got your brain hallucinating, while your codes are shallow as your GitHub rating. You watch the primer gen thinking you're so cool, but your Vim config's your only tool. Your Docker containers are like your game, empty inside and nobody to blame. You flex those stars like they mean something, but your 4 count shows you ain't done nothing. Your Vim skills are like your bedroom game. Lots of fingers moving, but it's all the same. WQ is all you know how to do, while I'm here with macros, leaving you blue. Your muscle memory's stuck on HJKL. You code like you're dating life, going straight to hell. Code like a girl, crush your whole world. Your tech stack's a joke, your coding skills broke. Try to get my number, I return 404. Code 304. TypeScript declarations got your head spinning. Your dating life's like your test failing. Your state management is your relationship status. Complicated, broken, sexless. Memory leaks ain't your biggest trouble. Your ego's inflated and your skills rubble. I don't date no scrubs, you fool. Not even worth my memory pool. Telling me Rust has safe memory existence. I'd rather practice a life of abstinence. I know it feels like you're spreading your seed when you npm install everything you've seen. All you're doing is proving I'm right. Your code is a disease-ridden blight. I'd rather react to the itch from a real STD, not the fake crabs from your rusty code, little bitch. Unlike C, drop the mic, I'm out. Coding's my art. Your dev crush just tore you apart. Keep your npm start and your medium post, while I'm out here turning your code into roast.
Yeah. Pull up to the repo with that imperative bitch energy. These tech bros about to learn about efficiency. Stack Overflow rep don't impress me none. Your Medium articles make me wanna run. Got these nerds in my mentions talking about their code, but their GitHub commits looking mighty old. You flex with that functional pro-programming flow, but your recursive logic moving way too slow. Got 99 problems and your React is one. Your state management's weak, hun, we're done. I'm that Vandal bitch writing straight vanilla, while you over-engineer and trying to kill her. Simple problem with your 1,000 depths. Can't ship inside my prod, doesn't matter your test. Don't slide in my DMs with your Rust code. I see right through your try-hard mode. Yeah. Your Docker containers like your personality, empty inside, no functionality. You talk big game about your AI model, but your neural network's stuck in zero throttle. Trying to compensate with your big O notation, but your pants scream tiny baby O notation. You can keep your fancy frameworks, boo. I'm too busy making revenue. Your Kubernetes cluster's a mess like your game. Multiple instances, but they all the same. Talking about your blockchain NFT, but your wallet's empty. You can't fool me. Your code review's longer than your dating history. All these comments, but still a mystery. Think you're special with your graph, Clo, but your query's hitting straight to hell. You fork my repo, trying to contribute, but your code's so basic, it's destitute. Got more red flags than your Git conflicts. Your deployment pipeline needs a fix. Bragging about your fancy architecture, but the inside of your pants say you're a bragger. Try to scale up, but you're scaling down, while I'm out here wearing the crown. I'm that bad bitch writing straight vanilla, while you over-engineer and trying to kill her. Simple problem with your 1,000 depths. Can't ship inside my prod, doesn't matter your test. Don't slide in my DMs with your Rust code.
404s with all that list. Parentheses got your mind in a twist. Talking about monads in your Haskell flow, but your neural pathways running mighty slow. Use effect this and use context that. Your hooks got your synapses falling flat. Pure functions, but your thoughts are side effects. Your brain stack overflow needs to reset. Functional composition broke your head. Now you're zombie walking, mentally dead. Lambda calculus made you calculate wrong. Your cognitive functions don't belong. They don't belong. They don't belong. So keep your TypeScript and your hooks. I ain't impressed by how your code base looks. While you're debugging that memory leak, I'm counting stacks, staying unique. Imperative bitch code, no frameworks needed. Your pull request just got deleted. Mic drop. Cold cowboys like channels buzzing, itis humming, coffee cups steady fumbling. Lines of spaghetti, copy paste unsteady, refacted at junk, they cry out already. Oh, they scream, they shout, rewrites of fear. Better code, less load, ain't that clear? Cling to chaos, bugs deep in cheer. Mediocrity's blanket they hold so dear.
Alex on YouTube. It's a song I made. If you want to get the song, I'm happy to offer it.
Logic
Now
on missing
let me
comments
turn it down a bit because I'm
non-existent,
about
but
to get
clinging to
started.
tradition.
I have a whole bunch of songs. I owe a bunch of people these songs. So that guy Alex, just hang on. Here, do me a favor and hit me up on Discord, eh? Let me give you a link. Hang on. Just give me a second, that guy Alex. Just give me 1 second. Here, let me turn the music back on because I gotta mute myself. I'm just getting things set up. So just give me a second and I'll tell you how to get the song, alright? Just hang on.
Like a specter, chills in their spine, better code rejector. Syntax forgiven, logic on missing, comments non-existent, but clinging to tradition. Throw a better practice, they hit eject. Refine that loop, man, there's some respect. Oh, they scream, they shout, rewrites of fear. Better call, less load, ain't that clear? Cling to chaos, bugs deep in cheer. Mediocrity's blanket they hold so dear. They hold so dear. Mediocrity's blanket they hold so dear. Stack overflow, saviors, code snatched in flight. Under the hood, a nightmare at night. Unit test, nah, that's just excess. Quality's a ghost in this haunted mess. Junk code jungle, hiding in the thicket. Patchwork puzzle, ain't nobody fix it. Best practices come like a specter. Chills in their spine, better code rejector.
Alright. I think I'm about ready. One more second. I promise, Alex, I'll get to you. 1 more second. Yeah, I'll turn this up for 1 more minute, like 30 seconds.
In the backwoods, where cold runs wild and free, there's a bunch of Rust fanatics who just don't look like me. They praise their sacred language, say it's the best they'll be, but we all know damn well it ain't got nothing on C. Rust zealots preaching sermons, got their heads stuck in the sand, acting like they're pioneers in some holy promised land. But when that code gets rusty and it's time to blow, you'd better call and see, 'cause that'll steal the show. Rust ain't got the guts, it don't got the verve, can't handle low-level ox, not the power you deserve. Those cultish worshippers, they don't know history. The king of programming, see it sets their cold spirits free. They talk about their borrowed checker like it's something real profound, but when the rubber meets the road, it's just a glitchy sound. C's been here since dawn's early light, tough as nails and lean, rust can kiss my executable. It's just a digital brain, so gather round.
All right, I think I'm ready here, guys. I had to set a few things up. It's been a while. I'm sorry. So Alex, here, let me switch over. That seems to be working. Let me do this. I'll switch over to that. And okay, so first of all, Pure, how are you doing? So that guy Alex, I'm gonna drop. Okay, that's all working. Okay, I'm set up, guys. I'm set up. All right, so Alex, here, I'm gonna drop a link on the YouTube side. So just watch the YouTube chat for a second. Hopefully this works for you. That's the Discord link. If you hop on there, and I'll be on there. My username and stuff will be on there. You can just ask me. I owe a few people these songs. So the two rap songs that I have, it's the first. There's the one I played at the beginning, and then there's a second one, and I did it in the form of like I'm not going to say exactly how I did it, but let me just tell you this. Despite what you may think, I did write the lyrics. Okay, so the lyrics are completely by me, 100% by me. So that's all me. So I'm kind of proud of that. It took a lot. Like I spent hours agonizing over the lyrics on those two songs. They are my most proud songs. The rest of the songs I have aren't quite the same. You'll also have to excuse me because I'm just getting over a cold, so my nose is a bit sniffly, but my voice can go pretty deep. Yeah, baby. Welcome to Midnight Coding with your favorite coder, Spiro. We're about to code the hell out of this game. Okay, so that guy Alex, hopefully you got that link on the YouTube side. So just hop on that Discord and DM me, okay? And just tell me that you want the songs. And that will help to remind me that I need to give you and a few others the songs. I owe Pure on the Twitch side a song. I think I owe somebody else a song. I have it somewhere in my DM list. So I'll owe you a song. So essentially what I did was I wrote the lyrics. And I wanted to write the song in the style of a girl. Like, I really put thought into this, all right? It had to be a girl who was most likely to attract like a programmer. So if you think about what like male programmers are kind of like, they're probably not going to be attracted very much to like I don't know, like a bodybuilding or like a rough around the edges kind of girl. You know, of course there are always exceptions. I'm not trying to, it's kind of like a general statement, but it's not always true kind of a thing. Most guy programmers are going to be like, oh, like I want the cutesy kind of girl, right? Because feels a little bit attractive to a guy programmer, right? I'm just trying to be very specific here. So I thought, okay, so what if I just made what if I just leaned into it and made some generalized sweeping statements about guy programmers who love to use their abstractions and their Rust and their React and all that. And they keep trying to get this girl programmer's code. And she's all cute and stuff. But she's like, I really don't want anything to do with you. I really don't like you. I don't want someone who does code like this. I would rather give my number out to somebody who's, Yeah. So that was kind of the premise of how I did the song. Well, mostly the lyrics. That's how I did the lyrics. The rest of how I put the song together, it will become clear once I give you the song. All right. So I'm not going to answer your question directly, that guy Alex. But you'll know the answer to the question once you get the song. All right, brother. So yeah, I see your DM. I see your DM on Discord. So that's great. So I'll leave it up there. Pure, I know I owe you one. I know I owe one or two other people the songs. I'll get them to you. I promise. I've had a house full of sick people the last week and a half or so. So it's been a bit rough, but thanks, man. Pure on Twitch. You have third round interview tomorrow. Sweet. That's a good sign. Third round interview. I hope you nail it. Well, actually, I don't hope you nail it. I think you are going to nail it. If you've made it to third round, you got this. You're good. I think you got this, Pure. I actually I'm thinking about it now. Usually the first and second rounds are the ones that pre-filter you out. Usually third plus is usually like, just make sure you're a culture fit. Pure, you got this. You're going to be fine. So, if I'm around tomorrow, let me, well, even if I'm not around tomorrow, just post it on the Discord chat and just tell us how you're doing. Tell us if you made it. What's up, Sergeant? Good to see you. Welcome in, everyone, on all the different platforms. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Welcome in on TikTok, on Rumble, on YouTube, on X, on LinkedIn, and of course on Twitch. Yeah, it's good to see everybody. I appreciate all the support and all that. We've got a lot of stuff to cover. So I'll just kind of give a brief update. I haven't streamed in about a week or a week and some odd days. And that's mostly because I've had a house full of sick people. I'm gonna try and not sniffle as much as I possibly can. I apologize if I do, because it's kind of annoying to hear the sniffles. I really do realize that. I appreciate your patience. It's tough. Sometimes you just do it and you don't realize you're doing it. Okay, so the entire house was sick, myself included. It sucked. We all had fever. My lots of coughing. My voice got real deep, bros. Now I can do some real deep voices. Welcome to Spiro's programming hour. It's late in the night. What are we going to code today? So I haven't been able to stream. Everyone seems to be back to normal. It's all good. Yeah, Alex. So there's a few people on YouTube. Like I see three active viewers on YouTube. I don't know who they are, but I guess you're one of them. There's Twitch side, which is also 3 viewers. And then X tends to get traffic too, but not so much active. Like she's mostly viewers. So YouTube and Twitch tend to be the most popular places to have a chat. I do keep an eye on things like TikTok. So like right now I see 1 or 2 people on TikTok. How you guys doing over there? I do see 1 person viewing on Rumble. How you doing on the Rumble side? I don't know if it's just like a bad like count number or whatever, but yeah. And yeah, so I keep an eye on it, and I keep an eye on chat. But most of the time it's YouTube and Twitch. So you're good, Alex. You could be a voice actor. Yeah, I wish. Yo, we're about to get into some late night coding. All right, so as a result of all the sickness in the house, I've had some time, not a lot of time, obviously, because like fevers, and I've been sick and everyone else has been sick, and I got to take care of my family and be a good husband and father and all that. But I've had some time to work on the game. So what I have up right now, I think we're at the point where I don't know exactly how to describe this, But we're at the point where we're building an actual game. We're no longer focused on mechanics. Maybe there are a few smaller mechanics here or there. For example, a smaller mechanic would be like if you make an attack on from yourself to an NPC, let's say, what would be your attack damage? Those are small mechanics. I would consider them. It's kind of like math and stuff, right? The big mechanics are done. And I spent the week going over some updates on the game. And I got some huge performance boosts. And I realized that there were some issues that I didn't realize were issues until I had the time to sit down in sick delirium states and tackle them. This might be a good time for me to go over kind of like the history of this game and what we've been trying to do and why, and turn this into a video or a series of shorts. And it's going to cover anybody who's watched, like a long-time viewer or anybody who jumps in. I think this is the time. I feel like this is the time. I'm going to do a rough overview of what I did in the last week and whatever, however many days. I don't even remember. The time flew by so fast. I'm going to talk a little bit about where I'm at and what I'm doing right now and why I think this is the time to do a general like state of the game overview. Because I think we've crossed a threshold we have not yet crossed. And I have a feeling that the implications are going to be massive. Alex, be careful with the Mario hat, Mario logos, Nintendo strict. I appreciate that, Alex. Yeah. I think I'm in the safe zone with what I've got. I have appropriately purchased everything. I have receipts, and even on some of the hats and stuff, I have the original tags. So I believe that I'm okay. But I appreciate you looking out for me, man. I'll look over my shoulders because I do know Nintendo strict. You're not wrong. What's up, ALS on Twitch? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, I'm gonna move a few things. Yeah, let me do this. Let me do this. All right, so I can see a little better. Okay. So now the question is, what on earth have I been up to? So let's go over the game a bit. All right. So I know this looks pretty bland right now. There's some code up here. Kind of looks like whatever. It's, whatever. Doesn't matter. So what is it that I've been doing? And why am I talking about it? Why am I talking about the state of the game in this way? So I won't go over the full history, but if you remember, you know what? Let me pull this up here. Maybe it's better if I do this. If we go back, January 20th. No, we need to go back to like last year, like way back. Here we go. What was this? Game. Yeah, we were using Zig. Perfect. Excellent. Okay. If any of you remember from back in the day, we were using Zig to build the game. So I won't go over the full history right now, but we did Zig, then we went to Odin, and now we're at C, vanilla C, and vanilla JavaScript, and vanilla CSS, and vanilla HTML. So we went vanilla everything, and it worked out fantastic. It actually worked a lot better than I thought it would. So all this code is all vanilla code, and it's all one single HTML file, and that's great. And then we added stuff to it. We were compiling to WebAssembly. We did a lot of great stuff here. The last week, let me go over what happened the last week. I wanted to add some animations because at this point we've got the mechanics down. So here's an example. So I'm gonna load up Athens, the port. Okay, and everything looks great. I've added some tiles to the port, because we're going to start switching over the port to a proper what would you say? We're going to switch over this world into a proper port. So exactly like how the ports are in Uncharted Waters, right? Let's have a look here. What would be like here, like this? I don't know if this is going to show up proper, but sure, like kind of like that, a little bit like that. So we've got a port here. It's got a few buildings, and there's a little bit of like, background, whatever. So I started building that. That's great. And then something happened. So here's what happened. I started to switch on this 3D mode. Now, normally I run this version of Chrome with hardware acceleration turned off. The point, obviously, for longtime viewers is that hardware acceleration is a crutch. Hardware can easily mask performance issues with your whatever software you're writing. It doesn't have to be this game. It could be a website, it could be anything. You know me. I preach about this all the time. So I typically run this game with hardware acceleration turned off. And then CSS 3D, thanks Alex on YouTube, I appreciate it. It's been a long time coming, man. So CSS 3D kicks in, and then hardware acceleration is turned on. You cannot have CSS 3D without it turned on. Okay, that's fine. I'm willing to accept that, because if you would like to play in 3D mode, it's kind of like an Octopath Traveler style, then this is great. And then I noticed a performance issue. I'm doing it right now, and probably on your like on my screen, sorry, it's really smooth, and probably on video, it's really smooth. I bet you it's smooth, right? It's all smooth. But it wasn't smooth earlier this week. So here's what I discovered. To my unfortunate dismay. Yeah, why was this slower? Yeah. Gotta play in spirit mode. Hey, Moldy, what's going on, man? Good to see you, brother. So here's the problem, which is something that I want to cover. I have learned, I'm beginning to realize that either I individually or we collectively have actually learned so much by building this game in this stupid dumb mode that this actually translates to websites in general and also software in general. So here's what was happening. It was really stinking slow. I can do it right now, and it's fast, right? Look what I can do. But when I was using CSS Calc, literally it was CSS Calc. Do you guys know what CSS Calc does? So if you just look at the math, it's really simple. All I'm trying to do is get a variable value, multiply it by an offset, and then turn it into a negative number. That's it. And then it just turns into pixels. That's all I'm trying to do here. That's all this calc is trying to do. It looks a little bit weird because it's nested calc, but that's all it's trying to do, right? You would think that CSS would be able to handle that at a performance level. But something about it was slow. Really, really slow. It was so choppy. So then I'm like, okay, well, I think I got it. I'm in my delirium cold state. I'm like, I'm half like Tylenol'd up or whatever, to help me get through the day or whatever, because I'm stuffed up and sniffly and all that. And I'm like, okay, I got this. I totally got this. The reason why this CSS Calc is so slow is because I have this thing called a request animation frame. Do you guys know what that is? So request animation frame is a browser-based kind of like animation loop where you can control your frame rate, and on every frame you run a bunch of updates, and whatever they might be, you get to choose that. And I thought, I'm not using this. All I'm using this for is to move existing elements around on the screen. And I thought, that does it. The calc's not going to run performantly if I don't put it inside the browser-based request animation frame operation. Why would I think this? Why would I think request animation frame would be the fix? Because typically what happens with request animation frame is that the browser kind of gives you a nice way to create animations with JavaScript or sometimes CSS as well that are very, let's say, controlled. What's another word for this? I can't think of the right word, but you can be very specific and granular. That's the word. So you can have very granular animations and the browser controls it and makes it nice and smooth, essentially. Or at the very least, the browser will do the heavy lifting of trying to make it smooth. So I thought, okay, this is great. I'm gonna move the 3D transforms that I was doing. Let me pull it back up. Where the heck was it? Here. I'm gonna move these calculations, and then I'm also gonna move. Where's my should 3D? Where is it? Should 3D. Here we go. These transforms were also in CSS. They were all being calced. I'm like, perfect. I'm just gonna move this to a request animation frame. Everything's gonna be great. And everything was subsequently not great. It was still slow as dogs. Wet dogs with lots of fur. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on? All of these calcs should be controlled by the browser animation. All of these rotations, all of these transforms, all of this should be controlled by the request animation frame of the browser. Why is it not? Or why is it slow? That was the question I was asking. Not why is it not, because it clearly was. I was running it through request animation frame, but why was it slow? And it turns out that the calcs, when you're doing them over and over and over again, are stupid slow. So are any calculations that CSS has to do with CSS variables. Do you know what CSS variables are? Let's go. Well, maybe let's go up to the top here. Here. These are CSS variables. CSS variables allow you to set a value that is independent of anything you actually apply it to. Here's an example. I could go BG red, right? That's what RGB stands for. RGB stands for red, green, blue, right? So I could do this, and then I could go BG red, and I could go like this. Boom, done. Okay, that I spelled that wrong. Here we go. Okay, that's what CSS variables are. Now, I thought to myself, this is going to be, there's no way that CSS variables could be, like, it didn't even enter my brain that CSS variables and applying them over and over and over again on a per frame basis, even if you have slow frame rate issues on the browser, it did not cross my mind that CSS would actually be slow to interpret these CSS variables and apply them into whatever it's applying them into. It didn't even enter my brain. So I'm sick. My wife is sick. We're all like, we've got like fevers. My kid's sick. You know, I'm sleeping half the day. I have like a little bit of contract work. Thank goodness I do. Pay the bills. I'm like, okay, like, you know, and I'm trying to figure this out. I'm like frustrated. It took me like 2 days to figure this out. It got to the point where I accidentally thought, okay, what if I did a performance test? I kind of like related the two things together without any amount of objective facts. Hang on, Sergeant Pepper. Hang on, my chair got stuck. Hang on. Okay, let's see what Sergeant Pepper thinks. I think it has to restart a paint every time you apply something with calc, because it has to re-render the DOM tree every time it comes across a calc. At least that'd be my suspicion. Okay. Okay, how about this? You'll get the answer. I'll put it this way, you're not far off, all right? But I think the path to how I got here will give you the answer you're seeking for, and kind of like confirm your suspicions. So in a related topic, let's just put aside for a moment, like, why the heck is 3D mode slow? Because non 3D mode was always fast, has always been fast. There's never been a problem. 2D mode is always fast. Whether it's CSS calcs or anything else, it's always been fast. And so I'm like, okay, well, I want to do animations. So how about I put aside, this is my thinking at the time in my sick state, right? A complete accident that I came across this. So I thought, well, why don't I put aside 3D mode and think about what I might need to do when I need to run animations in the battle. So let's go have a look at the battle. Right, so I have the battle running. Here, let me just refresh in case I did something weird. I don't think I did. Okay. So there we go. And then here's the battle. It's just my ship and a second ship from another fleet. That's it for now. And I thought, okay, well, I have this cool new, I don't know, menu system, battle menu system. And I'm going to have an issue where I want to animate things that like move from one place to another, for example, or I want to overlay targets or things like that. And I need to tackle animations. So why don't I have a look at animations? And my thinking was something along the lines of, well, if CSS calc doesn't work in 3D mode, maybe what I can do is figure out if it works well in 2D mode, but in the most extreme circumstance of 2D mode. There's just a little bit of logical thought there, like a little bit of relation. I'm like, well, if I push it to the limits on 2D mode, maybe I can discover why 3D mode suddenly changes the CSS performance hit, right? So I'm building out the battle mechanics, and then I do something like this, what you're about to see. So I click on move, and you can see all the green spots I can move into are now highlighted. And I'm like, okay, this is great. And then I can do that kind of like this, and I can say like, I want to move it. I can go cancel, and then I can go back, and then or maybe I want to move here, or maybe I want to move here, or maybe I just want to cancel. Maybe I want to fire my cannons, right? And then I pick this guy, and I select him, and then I confirm the cannons, and there's an animation I have to fix here, which I knew going in, and that's all fine. And then I win the battle, and everything's great. But it worked. It all worked. So I'm like, what the hell? So then I tried the battle in 3D mode, and it didn't work. It had performance issues, even on something as simple as two ships with a background like this. Especially though, it was especially troublesome when I would click on move and I would have to highlight a bunch of targets. So I had to put my thinking hat on, and then I figured out what was going on. Hey, Pure. Very hopeful about the interview tomorrow. Not sure what is expected in an interview with a director. Yeah, they're probably looking at soft skills. Yeah, that's right. Sergeant Pepper is right. If you're talking to a director, Pure, it's probably more about like culture fit. And if it's just culture fit, like how do you like to work? How do you deal with like, I don't know, interpersonal issues, things like that. Then you're good. You're going to be fine, Pure. You're all good. Okay, so once I figured out that it is strictly 3D mode, I thought, okay, well, I want 3D mode. Like, I'm not willing to sacrifice it unless I really, really, really have to. The animations were not completely done. So I thought, okay, first let me complete the animations. And then out of completing the animations, something else came up, which is that I didn't have a proper way to deal with animations in the first place, even with request animation frame. Because the request animation frame on the browser will give me like a frame rate, but then I have to do one of two things. And I started with CSS animations. So if you can imagine something like, here, let me do it again. This is how I started. I go in here, I go into the battle, I click on move. All these green spots, I literally just did a CSS class, and it would just add a background. Or sometimes it would animate from, a non-background to a colored background, and it would do like this kind of like, I don't know, animated color move, right? And the CSS animation I had to listen to. I had to add a listener to determine when the CSS animation was done. And it got really annoying. And I thought, there's no way that this, I can't make this sustainable, because I'm going to have so many animations going on that I don't think it would work. I can't remember the reason why I came to that conclusion. But then I thought, okay, let me put that aside for a moment. Like the fourth thing I'm putting aside, trying to fix this. Let me just do regular JavaScript animations. And instead of passing in CSS variables, aside from the background image, which gets cached, and so I want to reuse it over and over again because of caching, I'm going to deal with positions. I'm going to deal with calculations. I'm going to deal with sizing and scaling. I'm going to do it all on JavaScript. And the point of doing it all on JavaScript is so that CSS does not have to do any calcs at all. And I'm going to take it one step further. Since I'm going down this road, I thought I might as well double down. Why don't I just inline style the whole thing? The reason being that then I do not have to do things like grab an element, dot class list here, like this. I wouldn't have to do something like element dot class list dot add some animation class. And the reason why I didn't want to do that is because then you're doing repaints and potentially even reflows, exactly what you're hinting at, Sergeant Pepper. And when you have to do this for several things, like imagine if I had to do it for several things in a single element, you're doing this potentially like 4 or 5 times per element. Even if my viewport is 10 by 10, that is a grid size of 10 by 10, which is 100, times the number of layers, which could be, 3 or 4. So you're talking somewhere between 100 to 200 div elements that all need to have this run on it, or some kind of combination of this, which then triggers reflows or at the very least repaints, CSS calcs, etc., with per frame request animation running, which is a lot. So I thought, okay. I recently had an interview with a smart guy named Delaney from Datastar. I think that was in my last stream. And he reminded me that browsers are really, really good at handling large chunks of HTML text. They're really good at parsing HTML text. Like that's their superpower. So I'm like, okay, well, let me start by inlining the styles. And that got me a little bit of a performance boost. It actually started working a lot faster, including 3D mode for everything. Jeez, okay. Well then, maybe what I should be doing is, instead of generating a grid and leaving it in the DOM, and then manually changing single DOM elements with multiple calls to that DOM element to do whatever styles or attributes or whatever it is I'm doing to that DOM element, maybe I should just be replacing the entire freaking viewport every animation frame. And that's what I've ended up doing. I now replace the entire viewport. What is the viewport? You can see this div ID viewport over here. Hey, what's up, Vampire on YouTube? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. The entire viewport is this entire grid. All of it. Here, let me pause the animations right here. The entire thing. You can even see the grid layout. I'm replacing it every animation. So I take the viewport, I go over the entire world. So the world could be like 1,000 times 1,000. I don't care. I only care about what's inside the viewport. I generate all the HTML. I inline style everything. Every single frame. Holy crap. What a difference that made. All of a sudden, I think I paused it. I shouldn't have. All of a sudden, 3D, it didn't matter how much I had. I threw like 10 layers on this and it was fine. It was all fine. So it literally came down to the fact that I was manually manipulating all the individual elements that I needed to manipulate, even though I was being very specific, like only go and touch like 5 elements at a time and change the class list and change the attributes and do some CSS calcs and only diff these 5, and that's it. I was trying to be super specific. I'm like, oh, I'm so smart. I'm a genius. High school dropout's a genius. Nah. It wasn't enough. CSS couldn't handle my business. So now I'm at a point where JavaScript runs the entire animation system, replacing the viewport every single time. And if you have a look at the... Here, I'll show you. If I run... You can see the viewport up here. It's blinking, right? Body is blinking and div viewport is blinking. It's blinking all the time because literally every frame it's being replaced. And yet, here's how it looks. You can't tell the difference, bro. Here's me wiggling it around. It's being replaced every frame, and you can't tell the difference, bro. It's so fast. And then I could go right back to 2D. Can't tell the difference, bro. So that's what happened to me this week. Wait, Laugh. What did you say? No, wait. Laugh on Twitch says, hang on, Alex on YouTube first says, this is much more interesting than an American football game. Football is boring. Nerd stuff is fascinating, right? This is pretty fun to figure out. I actually learned like a lot more. I'm embarrassed how much I learned. I should know this stuff, having been a web developer for so long. Another change that sounds mysteriously similar to something I said. It's almost like I was right all along. Laugh. What did you say? I don't remember you saying something like this. Remind me. Sergeant Pepper. It's crazy, but I think it's also the whole cascading nature of CSS. It has to go through the whole stupid tree so it can apply inheritance to all the other tree elements. I am pretty sure you're right. Because that would make sense, because if I manipulate one DOM element, and you know, I was tricked, because if you read the specs on CSS attribute changes, like including if you apply a class to an element that you didn't previously have a class, the specs say something along like the W3 specs, they say something along the lines of if you position absolute the element, then you limit the amount of reflow that can happen or repaint. And I tried that and it didn't work. And you can actually prove it. You can go over to no, not recorder. Where is it? It's render. I did this. Yeah, here. You can do paint flashing. Oh, this is good. This is probably going to break the whole thing. I'm not sure, but let's try it. Where? Here. Look, the paint flashing makes it green the whole time, right? This was happening all the time, Sergeant. That paint flashing was happening everywhere all the time, even when I was being specific, like only update this element. But the whole thing was being reflashed. So the specs led me to believe that position absoluting the elements would limit the repaint or reflow, but that wasn't the case. So it was really bad. I had to figure that out. You're going to end up updating the whole scene every tick for animation and stuff. Okay. If that is what you said, I actually do recall you saying that, Laugh. So Laugh, once again, you were right, but it's my stream. It's not your stream. And unless you clip it, I deny all confirmations that you were right and I was wrong. I was right the whole time. You were wrong. And even if you do clip it, it's deep fake AI. House never loses. House always wins. Variable says variables on its variables. Yo, you Tomatica on YouTube. How you doing, man? Good to have you here. I appreciate you being here. um yeah. So that was kind of like the thing I went through this week with all this animation stuff. Whether Laugh was right or not, he's not, because he's a dum dum. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Never trust anything Laugh says on the Twitch side. If you ever see the name LAFOLIE on the Twitch side, every word that comes out of his mouth, he's a controlled opposition. All right, never trust him. In reality, Laugh is like a really good friend of mine. I appreciate having him around, but I got to make fun of him. He's a piece of trash coder. Okay, just laugh at him. Hey, Kenry, how's it going, Kenry? Okay, so I got through all that, even though I was sick, and I'm just getting over it. I'm not actually sick anymore. I'm just a bit stuffed up and stuff. But I got over that. So animations are working, yeah? So this is great because animations include things like our battle system. I got the battle system sorted out. Like, you can move over here, you can confirm your move. I have to. This is something I have to fix on stream today. You can cancel the move. You can fire your cannons. You can pick a target, right? And then we'll have to do the cannonball animation, which is easy. And then there's some damage. I have a new menu up here. You can highlight over like whose turn it is and what their crew count is currently and their hull, and you can see like who won. I have the battle mechanics like super sorted out. It's really easy. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But all the animation stuff, that was like the big hurdle. So I'm going to take a pause for a minute, and I'm going to and well, let me catch up on chat for a sec, and then I'm going to talk about why I think this is a threshold breaker where I need to talk about the state of the project again and turn it into a video. I need to turn this into a video. It's kind of like an update video, I think, and maybe I can get some feedback on it. PSA, just because a viewer has a sword in this channel, they get no respect from streamer. That's right, Sergeant. That's right. Yeah. Just because you have a sword. Yeah. I followed you for a while. I listen to your stuff when I make stuff. Utomatica on YouTube. Bro, I really appreciate that. You sound like crap. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Laugh. Get better quicker. I will do it. I will do my best. Not healing fast enough. No, I don't have the buff. Utomatica, okay, can I put this on pause for a sec? I'm gonna put the game on pause for a sec, right? There's something else that's been going on that I think maybe now's a good time, because Utomatica, you made me think of it. Let me see if I can get myself. Here, I'll kind of go like yeah, I'll go like this. All right. Utomatica, first of all, I appreciate that you watch kind of in the background, even if it is just in the background. I appreciate the support. Something's come to my attention, just to me. I've kind of realized this recently, the past like probably two-ish weeks. So I'll just briefly talk about it. It's a little bit of a mini rant, but also kind of like a positive thing. Hang on, let me just get a cough out, make sure I'm... Okay. So here's what I've been thinking of the last like two-ish weeks. Utomatica, it's people like you that I need support from. I have talked to a few people now who are kind of... Man, I gotta be careful. I kind of have to be careful what I say. Crap, ads are gonna start? No, get out of here, Twitch. I've talked to a few people recently who, well, not, I mean, I've talked to lots of people ever since I started streaming. Let's put it that way. I have talked to a lot of people since I've started streaming who you would consider kind of like titans in the tech industry field. The primary reason why I'm doing this game, the way that I'm doing it, is that I think a lot of the titans, quote unquote, the people that you see largely dominating the streaming space, the people you see largely dominating even the non-streaming space, people who build things that you might look at and go like, holy crap, I respect that. People whose opinions you might respect due to their history in the tech industry, people who don't have much of a history in the tech industry, or they don't have a very public one, and yet they've come on and talked to me and made some really solid arguments about a variety of different things, and you hear them and you can have some respect for their point of view, things like that. And then I've talked to people who are just like normal programmers like you and me, Joe Blow nobodies, who just like have a job or really like their job even. It doesn't matter, honestly, but they're doing it for as a job one way or another. And something has really become clear to me. I cannot have the impact that I wish I could have on the tech industry by myself. I think the impact that I can have is by reaching out to people who have the same kind of passion for programming that I do. I think that's realistically about the extent of my impact. So I depend upon people like Udematica, who I appreciate, being around and listening to me in the background, even if it's just listening to me in the background. The reason why is, unfortunately, I have to play a game. I'm going to be completely transparent. If you go on my Discord, I recently had a conversation with someone called Gumbercules. That's kind of why I'm talking about this right now. And I don't hide this. And the reason why I don't hide this is because nobody thinks to check anyways. So it's not like I even have to hide it. People don't check things. I'm very open about my actual positions on the things I rant about often, which is like frameworks and abstractions and the hardware crutches and things that make you stupid when you program. AI, things like that. I'm quite open about my actual positions. I tend not to be as open on stream, though, or on social media. If you catch me on Discord, though, I'll have a more open conversation about how I really feel about these things, which is a bit more nuanced, or I hope even-handed, but still leaning towards the side of you probably shouldn't use these things. They don't actually help you to understand what's going on at the hardware level, which is what really you should know as a programmer. Even if you're just programming websites, you should know how your website has an impact on the hardware. But you could persuade me a little bit to be like, React isn't as bad as I normally say. So here's what I'm really saying. I have a bit of a persona online. The reason why I have to have a persona online is that I don't get the attention that I wish I could get without it. Not only that, but I actually don't see anybody making the case for the hard stance position that all of these things are pure and utter crap to begin with. Are they actually pure and utter crap? If you were to ask me about React or Rust or whatever, and actually literally point the question and say okay, real talk, Spiro, we're at the bar, we're having a beer. Do you actually think they're 100% pure and utter crap? I'd be like, no, they have their use cases where they fit in. But I've always said that. But the persona online is because it's the only way for me to currently reach out to the number of people that I need to reach out. Why? Because when I take the hard stance of, yeah, actually they are pure and utter crap and you should never use them. You should never use AI. You should never use Rust. It's not actually memory safe. It's never memory safe. A lot of the things it depends on are actually non-safe C-level things that are imported in. What are you talking about? React has a bunch of abstractions you don't need, whatever. I still mostly agree with those takes, but I have to take the hard stance. And the reason is because it ruffles feathers. And when you ruffle feathers, you get the conversation going. So I'm not actually trying to, like, anger anyone. The point of having that online persona is that conversation happens. What I've come to realize is that I also depend on people like Yatomatica and everybody else who's watching on Twitch, Rumble, wherever, YouTube, wherever it is, TikTok, LinkedIn, all of it. I rely on you guys to help me expand my reach. Because if you want me to talk more to more people and actually defend the worldview that like programming specifically, but tech in general has just lost the plot and we need to do better, I need to find more ways to get that reach. And it's impossible for me to do that without you guys. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I really appreciate all the support, because otherwise I would not be able to have the reach that I do even now. So if you do want me to be seen by more people in the tech industry, who I will then call out, which I have done. I will call people out. I'm not afraid of calling like Theo out. I'm not afraid of calling Primogen out, who has subsequently blocked me. I'm not afraid of calling Pirate Software out. I'm not afraid of calling people in my chat out who, I've probably done it in poor ways in some cases. I'll go on X and call people. I don't care. I'll call you out and I'll be like, why the hell are you doing this? This is stupid. Stop it. If you want me to do that, then I need to be able to be seen by more people. So I appreciate all the support, and all I ask is that you keep doing it. So even if it is just keeping me on in the background, all the algorithm stuff and like YouTube algorithm and Twitch algorithm and having me on and whatever, I really, really appreciate that, because it helps me to expand that reach. I hate shilling myself like that because it does feel like a shill, and I don't like to do that, because what I would rather do is offer you guys something that makes it feel worth it for you to give me support. I instead of asking you for support for this reason, I'd rather do something where you guys want to give me the support. But unfortunately, I have to play a game, and I can't play that game without you guys. Yeah. So yeah. Damn. So Nacor, the last person that I. Okay, so okay, listen. First of all, let me take a moment. Just let me put that on pause for a minute. Nacor, thank you for resubbing for 8 months. Nacor has been like a childhood friend of mine. We've known each other for a long time. Nacor is the last person on the planet who needs to be resubbing to me, especially for 8 months. Yeah. Anyways, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you're doing well. I'm sure you saw my DM earlier. Thanks, Nacor. Tack, you've been subscribed for 10 months, man. That's crazy. Thank you for resubscribing. You resubscribed for 6 months at tier 1. Jeez. On Twitch. Thank you, man. I'll be lurking, playing some games. Yeah, go have fun. Go play some games. I appreciate the resub. That helps me out too. Unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, because I don't want to like shill on that, the subs help, the likes, all of that. They help get that reach out so that I can just like, if you like video games, I am calling out people who write really crappy video games. So if you want to have better video games and you want me to go and attack people, I've attacked some pretty big names of people who quote unquote write AAA video games and have been blocked. If you want me to keep doing that so that people like are kind of like at least have that conversation of like, how could we write better video games? Sub, like, all of that. Alex, I gave you a like. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. I really do. DW, man, I would love to see you more often, whatever needed. Attack, I really appreciate that, man. You're playing Astronauts, best game you've ever played. I don't know, what does everyone think of Astronauts? I haven't actually played it. Good game? I legitimately have not played it. So Yeah, let me know if it's a good game. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run the Twitch ads because Twitch is harassing me. Let me run the Twitch ads. I'll do the 3 minutes of Twitch ads. Can we watch a trailer on stream? Sure. Yeah, I'll pull it up, Nacor. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me run the Twitch ad. So for everybody else, Twitch unfortunately forces me to do ads. I don't know if YouTube does. YouTube might force ads. I don't know. But I'll run those ads. I'll let those play out. Then what we'll do, I'll play the Astronauts trailer, and then I'll get back to the game. All right. Alex, you're welcome. How do you make money off streaming? I hope you get paid. I don't. That's the problem. Last year, I don't know if you know what HTMX is. If you don't, a quick look up will tell you all you need to know. I was fired from my job because I was using HTMX, and I was single-handedly running a multi-million-dollar website, and I'm not exaggerating. By myself, we replaced, let's just say, a team of other developers who were doing things in an abstracted framework, and I was the only senior, so I replaced it all with HTMX over 2 weeks by myself. I took time out of my own time to do it, and we kicked butt for like a year, 9 months, something like that. Myself and my product manager. And then a new CTO came on and fired me because he wanted to have a team of React developers. And I was in the way of that because I didn't believe that we needed that. So he let me go. So ever since then, I have been relying on the kindness of several other people who I've known through my course of streaming. So in a way, I guess I'm kind of getting paid for streaming because I have a few contract jobs that are helping put food on the table for myself and my family. But I'm still like, I'm running credit card debt. I'm like, I'm just squeezing by. And I appreciate all the people who I won't name publicly. It's nobody's business really. And, I don't want to I don't have permission to say their name anyways. I'd have to ask them. But there are a few people who I've known through social media and streaming who are like, hey man, let me throw you a contract here or there. We could use some help here or there. It's like, great. I appreciate that. That's it. That's where I'm at right now. The amount of money I make off streaming is literally, I think Twitch is my biggest one. I think Twitch is my only one. Who am I kidding? Twitch is my only income stream from streaming. And it's here. I won't even hide it. I have nothing to hide. This is it. This is it. That's all I got. So I got $62. So yeah, I don't make money doing this. So I just want to be clear again. I think the Twitch ads are over, so we'll get into two different things here. But I just want to close in on this. I really appreciate the support, and I'm not asking for money. Okay, I don't want to ask for money. The only reason why you should give me any amount of money on any platform anywhere is if you actually believe in what I'm doing and you have something that you can willingly spare. You should never put yourself out in a bad position or whatever. And trust me, I know I've grown up poor, homeless. I'm not joking about the homeless. I have been homeless. I've slept on park benches and in my car and all that. I've done that. I've been there. I've been hungry for 3 days straight. That's not an exaggeration. I know what it's like to have $5 and try and stretch $5. I really do get it. So what I would rather do is offer some value that makes it worth it, so that if you do have that money, that's great. But if you don't, the money isn't even as important because I have enough work to keep me by for now. What's more important to me is that I try and talk about the topics that I think very few people, if any, are actually talking about. So the subs on YouTube, which is kind of like follows on Twitch, the follows on Twitch are important. Rumble, TikTok, sharing the lives, all of that stuff, reposting my X if you're on X, whatever. Those are more important than any amount of money you could give me, in my personal opinion. And I don't want to take your money. Not you know what I mean. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking more for like, I have a different statement here. I have a different mission. I want to see better software. I really care about this stuff. I want to see cooler video games. I want to go back to the days when like Nacor on Twitch and I remember Nacor and I hanging out at one of the apartments that we used to hang out on and playing FF7 on the PlayStation. Man, those are memories. I remember like the sun coming through the window, and we were in this room and we had like the CRT TV, and we would play FF7, and it was like, man, that was the freaking golden age. I want to go back to building those, like the quality of those games again. And part of that, unfortunately, means that I have to call out moron idiots who think that the current state of tech is the best it's ever been. No, it's not. So yeah, so I need your help. Not exactly your money, but your help. You're welcome. Hope. Okay, yeah. X Factor. Hey, how you doing, man? How you doing, X Factor? X Factor. It's been a long time. Good to see you. You know what? I didn't even show my sorry, guys. Here's my Twitch stats. I kept talking about how I don't hide anything. I have nothing to hide, and I didn't even switch my camera. Sorry. So there you go. So let me catch up on chat. That's all I'm making. It's a shame folks will kick you out for using HTMX. Big tech can be evil. It wasn't even big tech. It was a startup company. It was just ego. That's all it was. Credit card debt is no joke. No, it's not a joke. Yeah, it's getting to the point where I have to start being worried about it. I think I'm going to be okay. I think I have a plan and everything's going to be okay. So I'm not exactly worried. But I'm just like trying to think ahead, like, you know, might have to start planning a little differently. Hey Brax, good to see you. It's rough out here. Do you think things are going to get better soon? I actually do. I can't make guarantees, but I personally think that by the end of 2025, you are you're not going to be able to, I don't know, the difference between the beginning of 2025 and the end of 2025 is going to be huge. That's what I think. I think things are turning around. That's my personal opinion. Don't take that to the bank, because obviously I can't guarantee that. But that's just the sense I'm getting from conversations I'm having and things I'm seeing. I think things are going to turn around. So for anybody out there who's having a bit of a rough time, kind of like I am, a little bit, you know, and again, I want to be clear that there are plenty of people who are probably watching me right now who have thrown me contract work to help me and my family. I can't thank you enough. Hang in there, right? Hang in there. Because I think it's going to turn around. Not like everyone's getting a job, but I think it'll be better. Hopefully you can use super chats. I do not like giving stuff online due to being afraid of hackers that could intercept it. I can't do super chats yet because I haven't met the criteria for YouTube to monetize me. I'm not even close. Here's what YouTube requires for monetization. Here, so I have to reach one of the followings. So I've got the subs, I've got the video uploads, that's fine. About monetization, but the public watch hours or the public shorts views, I don't have that. So you know, right here, I can't monetize yet. So people either have to watch a lot of my videos, public watch hours, I think it's just videos, or watch a hell of a lot of my views. I got to work on it. Part of that is on me because I have to push out more shorts and videos, but I don't even have an editor. So I have to create all my videos myself and edit all my videos myself. Take care of my family, do my contract work, do the streaming. It's tough, man. It's tough. Time to hacks, yeah. Current state of tech is a dumpster fire. I do a lot of 3D. Some of the older tools are better than the new stuff. Yeah, there you go. Automatica. Yeah, that's right. And I want to change that. I really want to change that. Tech peaked in the 2010s. Ego can get in there. So you only make $2 an hour? Yeah, that's it. $2 an hour. YouTube monetization requirements are insane. They are insane. And how is a person like me supposed to reach that, right? Essentially, here's the trick. Essentially, what you have to do is you have to pump stuff out and hope that the algorithm gods are in your favor. It might take 6 months. It might take 10 years. For some people, it took 10 years, literally. And at some point, the algorithm picks you up and just pumps you out everywhere. And then all of a sudden, you blow up. So that's all I can do is just be consistent. Trailer time? Yeah, trailer time. Do a couple of gaming streams and upload. Easy hours. That's not a bad idea. The issue with that is that I have to do it on a different channel. And then I have to restart from 0 on a different channel, Nacor. That's the downside. Unless I did it very, very brief. Like, so what you're trying to do is like stay consistent on a single channel. So maybe I could do like 4 or 5 gaming things over the next year. Yeah, that might work, Nacor. Yeah. 8-hour white noise. I would listen to it for the night. I'll consider that. Okay, Astronauts trailer. Let's see. Hang on. Upload 1 hour of that stream every other day. Yeah. Let me just make sure it's not gonna like sometimes YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna play this trailer and then we're gonna go back to talking about the game. And why I think we've crossed a threshold in the game. So just give me a second. Let's just check out Astronauts just because it might be fun. Can someone give me a sound check on this?
This ship may be a death trap, but she's my death trap. And my ticket out of a life of corporate servitude.
Hey, rah, 101, yeah. Do how-to videos for tech noobs. Your channel will blow up overnight. Yeah, you heard it? Okay. Let me circle back to how-to videos, rah, because I think it's going to go into... I'm going to play this trailer for this game. Normally, I don't do, like, gaming, like, actual, like, play games or whatever. But just because it got brought up and it's kind of fun to talk about games, because I'm building a game, so why not? It's in topic. And Nacor asks, so I'll do it for Nacor. We're going to watch this thing, and then rah, I'm going to talk about, like, maybe a potential tie-in, but just hold on to that thought. Let's watch this trailer. I want to see what this game is all about. I've not played this game. I've never seen this trailer. I do not know anything about this game. Yeah, so let's see.
This ship may be a death trap, but she's my death trap. And my ticket out of a life of corporate servitude. With my own ship, I can fly out to the good derelicts with a corp can.
Wait, hang on. I have to pause it there. Hang on. Bros. Look at this. Look at the UI. The buttons actually look like frickin' buttons. This is actually really cool. This is the kind of crap we've lost on web development. Because everything looks flat on the web. You have no idea what the hell's a button. These look like actual dials, knobs, buttons, all of that. This is great. I love this.
With my own ship, I can fly out to the good derelicts with a corp can't see. Scavenging for scraps is not glamorous work, but sometimes you hit the jackpot. And if you know the right buyer, it can net you a nice chunk of change. Maybe with some more cash, I can convince my old co-worker to join my crew. Of course, I'll need to upgrade my ship to make room and make my life easier. There's a whole solar system out there. If I can just find the resources and connections to torch up and leave this rock for good. Assuming I'm not done in first by crushing debts, the harshness of space, or worse. For now, I'm just trying to scrape by for one more... What was that?
Look at that. Did you guys notice that? Hang on, let me pause. The creator of Neo Scavenger and the publisher of Dwarf Fortress and Caves of Cud. So publisher, so not exactly creator, but still. Cool UI. Looks like a flight controller. Yeah. Reminds me of Fallout Pip-Boy. Yes. Reminds me a little bit of Barrow Trauma. I believe I know what you're talking about, but I haven't actually played it. But yeah, Brax, I think I know. I think it triggers a visual in my head. Skeuomorphism is a design style that imitates real-world objects to make digital interfaces more intuitive and familiar. The word comes from the Greek spiros, kalispera, tikanis, scales, tool, and morphe, shape. Flat design is soulless. I completely agree, Rara. Yeah, I completely agree. Okay, this game looks really cool. It's like, yeah, so Nacor, you're right. It's kind of like Duskers. Because I played Duskers on stream. Because it was fun. It was like a good, like, you have to program your, program your little robots in space to go out onto, potentially hostile ships to go scavenge for things and bring things back to your own ship. And then you have to, like, rebuild, take those things you scavenged and, like, build up your own ship, right? So this kind of looks like that.
Find the resources and connections to torch up and leave this rock for good.
Okay, now here's the thing that blows me away about this. This is 2D. I would play the hell out of this. As a matter of fact, should I schedule something maybe like in the next, I don't know, 4 weeks, where I just maybe take Nacor's idea and just play this for a few hours and just do like a gaming stream of this? We need Windows XP design back, yeah. Or maybe hybrid between flat and 3D. I agree, Alex, yeah. Because I think this would be fun. Like, the fact that this is 2D and it looks... Same with Factorio, right? Think about what Factorio did with 2D. 2D games are not out. But what matters is that you have to actually give a crap about what you're building. That's what matters. Give a crap. Nacor on the Twitch side. Nacor's not a programmer, by the way. We're lifelong friends. Literally, we're childhood friends. Like, the guy's my brother. I'm not joking. He's my brother from another mother, and I mean that in every sense of the word. But he's not a programmer. So he just comes on stream to, like, support me, which I appreciate. So for him, he's like, I just want to see Spiro game because that's the good memories. Those are the good memories I have with Nacor too. I have lots of good memories with Nacor, but yeah, he's like, I don't want to see you program. I want to see you play games. So I get it. Childhood friend, Eric. Yeah, not you. It's me. How you doing, man? How you doing? Good to see you. Do a gaming stream of this. We need better graphics designers. Nintendo Wii UI was great. Yes. Okay. Say what you will. Say what you will about Nintendo Wii UI. But at least you could tell what the hell was a button and what wasn't. Okay. This is why I did my buttons like this. You guys see this? This is why I did my buttons like this. Because they look like buttons. They look like something you should be able to press. And just between you and me, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone, alright? In my deep, sick voice. Listen, bros. These buttons I may or may not have stolen from the Windows XP Vista design, alright? Maybe not. You're doing well? Good. I'm glad not you. Glad to see you here. Okay, so I will, I'll come up with, I'll pick a day and sometime in the next 4 weeks, and I'll play Astronauts. Yeah, I'll do that. And we'll do just like a gaming stream. We'll just chill out. We'll have a good time. That might be fun. Yeah. So let's do that. I'll figure out a time. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll schedule it and just call it out so everybody knows what I'm up to. Hey, Coffee and Coding, how you doing? Good to see you. What's good, bud? I'm doing well. I'm just getting over a cold, so I sound weird, coffee, but it's good to see you, man. It's been a long time. Well, no, maybe it hasn't actually been that long. Yeah. Those buttons remind me of Windows 7, the best OS. Yeah. I agree. Okay. So, how about we take a second and we talk about it's okay. It's been a while though. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it has. Maybe not too long, but it's probably been more than a few weeks, I would say. But I hope you're doing well, Coffee. It's okay. I'm glad. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. I'm gonna play. I'll play Astronauts. Over the next few weeks, I'll pick a day and we'll just do a pure gaming stream. I think that'd be fun. I don't do enough of that. Part of okay. You guys want to hear some real talk? Guess what? You guys want to hear some real talk? If you're on X, if you're on TikTok, if you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, I don't care where you are. One's in chat if you are under 40 years old. I don't care where you are. I'm watching them all. One's in chat if you're under 40. Two. Nicker says two. Okay. I've got a few ones. Okay. Got hair on my mic. Okay. We've got a few ones. There's a few ones over there. There's a few ones over there. Okay. So there's a few ones. Let me tell you what happens when you're 40, when you're the ripe old age of 40. Creeping up, 35 next month. Yeah. You're 25. Alex, you're young, man. Sometimes you wake up feeling 40. What we voting? One's in chat, Tack, if you're under 40. That's what we're doing. Under 40. It's going to be under 40. Okay. Okay. So if you're under 40, here's what happens when you hit 40. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But at the ripe old age of 40, you wake up every morning, and after you have just accepted the fact that you have new aches and pains that you didn't know were possible, you look up. You open your eyes, is what I mean to say. You open your eyes, and death is looking down at you. Yes, that's right. He's looking straight into your soul. And you ask Death, Death, is today the day? And Death takes a sip of his coffee, and he goes, can't tell you that, man. Could be. Maybe not. And it really... So, I'm making a joke out of that. Yeah, coffee mentioned. But for real, there's a certain age. It might not be 40. It could be. So, like for example, Alex, you're 25. You're not going to have to deal with that for a long time. But there is a certain age where you do have to come to grips with your own mortality. You're Christian. You don't fear death that much unless I pass down. Yeah, Alex. Even if you are Christian, which I can respect, that's totally fine. I used to be. I have full respect for Christians. I have nothing against them. That's a different story because I was in a cult. But let's say even if you're a Christian and you have like this better outlook, about your own death, which is great. I think that's great. But you still have to contend with the fact that you, as you are right now, will not exist at a certain point. The things you love, the people you love, if you have a kid, the idea that you're not going to watch your kid grow into old age, potentially even get married, depending on, age difference. Some people have kids at a very older age. Some people have health issues, things like this. your mortality, regardless of the positivity of your outlook past your mortality, hits you at some point. I went through this at 18. Yeah. I went through this after watching Charlotte's Web in elementary school. Damn. I think Nacor and I can remember. I'm pretty sure Nacor and I did Charlotte's Web in elementary school. Yeah. So at some point, it's going to hit you, right? It's going to hit you like a ton of bricks, like crap. I don't know. Like, yeah. So for me, I'm just being completely honest. I went through this after watching Trigun at like 11. Son of a bitch. Trigun at 11. So for me, what I realized when I hit 40 was I am at most halfway through my life. There's no way I'm making it past 80. What's up, Defy? Okay, hang on. Defy us all on the Twitch side. Comes in with a raid. 22. With a rate of 22. What's up, Raiders? What's up, Defy? Yo, Defy, how you doing, man? I was just talking about how... Let's give a shout out to Defy on the Twitch side. I appreciate you coming in for the raid. Defy, I hope you had a good stream, man. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for raiding us. I appreciate that. Along with the 22 viewers, I really appreciate it. So Raiders, have you confronted your own mortality yet? Listen, Raiders. Okay, let me give you maybe the 10-second overview of what I'm doing. All right, Defy, I hope you had a good raid. I know sometimes Raiders have to raid and run. I appreciate it if you do. Normally I'm building a video game. You did? You had a good stream? Great. Awesome. Let me know what you were doing if you have a minute. I'd be curious to know what you were doing. We gave you a shout out because you deserve a shout out, man. I'm building a video game. I'm using Vanilla C, compiling to WebAssembly. Okay, so I'll give you the overview. Where's my... I wasn't prepared. I was not prepared for a raid. Here we go. Vanilla C, okay, compiled to WebAssembly, running on the browser, hardware acceleration purposefully turned off, no WebGL, no WebGPU, no canvas, all DOM elements, vanilla JS, vanilla HTML, vanilla CSS. All of it. Everything. Every single thing is vanilla. All of it. The whole thing. Why? Look, I'm even updating the entire scene. That's why this thing is blinking. I'm updating the entire state of the HTML. Here, I'll pause it and I'll show you. See, it's just a CSS grid. I'm updating the whole damn thing using request animation frame on the browser. Every frame. All vanilla. This would have been easier in React, yeah. Didn't get a notification in YouTube. That's okay, Battle. Struggling with level builder, graph marshalling for easy level loading and level build. Oh, that's a tough, that's tough. Defy. Damn. Okay, good luck with that, man. Vanilla C, the name of my underground S bad. This would have been easier in React, yeah. Micah's clip in, yeah. Level dildo. Yeah, Defy, good luck, because that stuff's hard. Level building laugh. God, you're sick degen laugh. Jeez, hearing things that freaking hell. So that's normally what I'm working on stream. I was just about to cover over why I think I need to go over a more full state of the game. Part of the reason that I don't do a lot of gaming, we just went over the trailer for Astronauts, which looks like a really cool game. And Nacor, a childhood friend of mine, has convinced me that I should try and do a few more game streams where we just play a game for a few hours, which is great. I think I should do that. And part of the reason why I need to do that is because I talked earlier about how I rant about the state of tech, because programming sucks these days, and I actually mean programmers, and it's not because programmers suck necessarily. Programmers aren't like stupid or something. It's because the abstractions and frameworks and all the stuff that we reach for to solve our problems are all stupid, like React. You don't need that crap. You don't need AI. You don't need any of it. I'm doing this all in vanilla in the hardest way possible. I am a high school dropout, previously homeless programmer, completely self-taught. Back in the day before any educational material was out, except for maybe a few books at the library. You have no excuse to be reaching for things that people tell you solve problems when they really don't. The state of tech is in a really bad shape. We need to do better. That's why I'm doing this, to prove that you can. If I can do it, you can do it. If dumb high school homeless dropout here can do it, you can do it too. And things like React or AI or Vue or Svelte or even Rust, I complain about these things all the time. The reason why I complain about them is because they don't teach you what you should be learning, which is how the hell does the code that you create and then execute actually operate on your hardware. And when you use something like React is the easiest place to go to. When you use something like React, it abstracts away what's going on under the hood. So you no longer work within the natural state of the tech world, which is the hardware is doing sequential operations, more or less. You're now working in React world. You have no idea the consequences of your React code. That's just an example, right? So all of this is vanilla. The DOM being slow is a lie. CSS being intimidating, it's a lie. C being intimidating, that you can't write safe C, it's also a lie. This C code is a single header file. It's a single header game state management library for my game. I literally have a server, a multiplayer server. If I could find it. Friggin' hell. Where the hell is it? Here we go. I have a server written in C, which just imports my game file and uses the exact same C code that I compiled the WebAssembly to begin with. This stuff isn't actually as hard as you've been led to believe. The problem is that the tech industry likes to make you feel stupid without saying you're stupid. You can't accomplish these things without memory safety. You can't accomplish these things without frameworks. You can't accomplish these things without libraries because you're too stupid to understand what you're doing. Smarter people have solved it. Just use their packages, use their frameworks, and you're going to be fine. It's a cult. That's what cults do. And I'm not even lying. I was in a cult for 30 some odd years, Jehovah's Witness, and that's exactly what they do. That is exactly what they say. Just follow these nice, easy steps, and God will take care of your life. They are telling you you're stupid without telling you you're stupid. This is why I do what I do. So welcome in, Raiders. That's what I'm doing. Spend too many man-hours solving made-up dev tooling problems. Yeah, I love React. Shut up, Rax. Preach. React is dumb. I agree. Don't browsers prevent you from using all vanilla? Hey, Cash. Did you stop using Zig? Oh, Cash, I'll answer you in a second. Did you stop using Zig? I did. I went from Zig to Odin to C, and I was just literally about to start talking about why I think we're at a point with the game where I need to do like kind of like I need to stream on this exact stream. I'm going to try and create a video going over the history of this game and why I think we're at a threshold. Have a good night, Alex, on YouTube. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, learn how to make things. Thank you. That's right, Utomatica on YouTube. Yeah, right, T, much safer. Dude, someone made an AI that makes Unreal Blueprint functions, right? And I thought, okay, cool, but how the heck do you know what your code does if you don't know the basics of programming? Correct. Correct. Yeah. If you don't know the basics, how do you know that it's doing the right thing? Team Jet Poop, yeah, shun devs. Is it clipping like mad? Is it clipping? Here, hang on. Let me pull up the game. There, I moved the here. I'll move it away and I pulled up the game. So hopefully that's all right. Hopefully it doesn't clip as much. Yeah? If I just talk and just talk random stuff for a little bit. Yeah? Chocolate rain, I move away from the mic to breathe in. Yeah. Is it clipping still? Laugh, I'm gonna have to count on you to tell me if it's clipping, brother. Team Jet Poop. I have an intern badly wanted their graphic calculator to be added to Mac OS, but Apple didn't want it. So he sleep out of an old 1980s Datsun on AAPL's parking lot. Thanks, Laugh. And snuck into the dev building to keep working on it. Eventually, it did make it into the gold disc of Mac. No, Team Jet Poop. No, are you serious? Hang on. I want to read that again. I heard, okay, so not a confirmed story potentially. An intern badly wanted their graphic calculator to be added to Mac OS X, but Apple didn't want it. So he slept out of an old 1980s Datsun on Apple's parking lot and snuck into the dev building to keep working on it. Eventually, it did make it into the gold disc of Mac OS X. This is regarding homelessness. Yeah, man. This is the thing, right? Is a lot of the stuff that is made to sound complicated or intimidating is not. There's an AI that makes full stack apps, but it wasn't even responsive, says Brax on Twitch. And the React it built was in a single JS file without being broken in components. Yeah, Jesus. So imagine these tools get combined AI, taking the abstraction from React that's already abstraction. It's so bad. It's bad, Brax. It's so bad, yeah. You can Google the graph calculator Mac OS X story. I believe you, yeah. The 1980s Datsun confirms the whole story, yeah. I totally believe that story, yeah. Completely, yeah. Okay, so for Defy Us All and the Raiders, why was I talking about mortality? Garbage in, garbage out. That's what AI is. That's exactly what AI is. Here, let me give you a really simple premise that nobody has been able to argue against. It's called the syllogy. You provide a series of premises that come to a conclusion, right? Premise 1, humans are imperfect. They make mistakes all the time. Premise 2, humans create AI. Premise 3, AI makes mistakes like humans. Conclusion, AI will always make mistakes. You can't trust AI any more than you could trust any human. Except maybe for niche things, maybe. Yeah, Team Jet. By all means, shoot a link in, no problem. So the reason why I was talking about mortality, I normally don't do gaming streams, even though I'm building a game. The point of building the game is exactly what I described when you guys rated, because I'm trying to make a point about the tech industry needing to get better. But I would like to do a few more gaming streams. And so here's the reason why I haven't done as many gaming streams playing games, because at the ripe old age of 40, which is what I am, you have to talk to death every morning. That's what I was talking about. And you have to ask death, who looks you in the eyes in the morning, whether today is the day. And you come to grips with your own mortality. And I realize I have a finite amount of time left on this planet, unfortunately. And this is a game I've been wanting to build since I was a child. Because I used to play this game on the Super Nintendo. This is my favorite game of all time. And I'm recreating it with my own twist, because this is what got me into programming. I'm not even joking. This game got me into programming. It's not a lie. As in, like, it's not an exaggeration is what I mean to say. I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could do extra things in this game. I want to, like, do more stuff in the game. And I've spent 40 years of my life and I haven't got to it. So I want to do it now. But you know, time is short. I have a wife and a kid. I have work, you know, I have all this kind of stuff. Time is short, so I have to balance things out. So that's all I'm talking about. Life is short. Keep that in mind. Focus on the things that are important. But I will do some more gaming streams, okay? Because I think it'd be fun. Here's the graphing calculator story. Sorry for the flashbang. Here, let me turn on Dark Reader. Hang on. There we go. Scientology, the framework of Scientology. Neuralink will keep your body moving as a stiff, lifeless song plays. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a game that gives someone so much joy despite its simple lookingness. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Oops. No, hang on. That was Astronauts. That was the Astronauts trailer. This game, it was extremely complicated for the Super Nintendo. You have 6 storylines that all cross each other. You have to manage a fleet of ships. Each ship is individually managed. They all have their own number of crew, cargo space, type, hull, stats, number of cannons, types of cannons, figureheads, speed, attacking ability. You can assign individual captains that you can either hire at different ports, or you destroy the captain's fleet and you can hire them at a local port if you can track them down. You can be a pirate, you can be a merchant. There's a global economy system. There's an investment system. There's a sphere of influence based on which country you're aligned with. There's a dueling system with armor and weapons. This game was insanely complicated for Super Nintendo. It was stupid complicated. Uncharted Waters, New Horizons, yeah. But it was so much fun. For me, right? Not everybody, this isn't everyone's cup of tea. I get it. But for me, I still play this game. I played it like a few months ago and still had fun. Because there's so much depth to this game. And this is what got me into programming, right? So yeah, this is why I'm here today. So yeah, this is the graphing calc story. You know what I want to do? Is there Datsun in here? Oh, I don't see a 1980s Datsun. I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, it's over. Lies. How could you lie to us like that? How could you lie to us like that? There's no Datsun. It's fake. You can't do that to us. You can't just... Unbelievable. Unbelievable fake. There's no Datsun. That's the most disappointing part. It's not that the story was true. Okay, I'm not disappointed about that. I'm disappointed that there's nobody sleeping in a 1980s Datsun outside the Apple parking lot. Okay, that's the most disappointing thing. How dare you, sir? How dare you? But it does look like this guy... It does look like this guy kind of like snuck in. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so whatever, all right? Whatever. Okay, so give me a second. We're going to talk about the state of the game. I already talked about what happened when I was sick this past week with my family, and I got some performance stuff sorted out. I got animation sorted out, which we're gonna finish off because we can have oh, I paused it. That's why. We can have animations working for the battle now, so that's good. And why I think this is an important time to kind of do an on-stream but then edited video after about the state of the game. Yeah. Yeah, these animations are all working. I just have to finish them. Oh no, I have to confirm. Yep, perfect. Okay, 1 second, 1 second. Okay. Sorry, folks. Hang on. Hey, Cash. Thank you for the follow 15 minutes ago. I appreciate that. I missed it, but yeah, I appreciate it. Battle. Thank you for gifting out the sub. That's really nice of you, man. I appreciate that. Factory Seal. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that too. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thanks. Let me see. I'm buying a 1983 Datsun to sleep outside the Apple campus with a TI-84. Of course, that's what you have to do. Which I'll use to bypass one of the windows at 2 a.m. on a random Tuesday. Brax, I think you nailed it. I think this is yeah. Did I see your question? Oh, I think I missed one of your questions, Rah on YouTube. I'm sorry. I'll go back up in a second. You might not like this, but I think you should use a canvas. Hey, Boken, shut up. Okay, shut up. I'll use a canvas when I think I should use a canvas, all right? When I suggested porting to Raspberry Pi earlier, I sort of assumed you already were. No, I'm not. I'm not going to use a canvas unless I absolutely must, unless I don't have any other choice. Then I will use a canvas. Should have started with React, at least through different state management libraries. Yeah, that's right, Mist. How you doing, Mist? Good to see you. I heard that if React devs seppuku'd, they'll wake up in Nirvana and find Gandhi writing HTMX. Is this true? It is true, yeah. Been there, done that. Sharing the wealth, I got my first harvest check for my new crack farm. We moved 5 acres of soy for $400. Thanks, Battle. Thanks, Battle. I appreciate it. Mahatma Gandhi writing a code on 1980s on a ThinkPad. Hey, Dandy. It's because I'm getting over a cold. So I sound weird. Did you end up figuring out how to make 3D fast? I did, Mr. Elfman. I did. I'm building an OS in React with a butterfly keyboard as we speak. Good job, Brax. Yeah. The mic sounds weird. Hang on. That's just a grid of... On a Raspberry Pi, you can use a frame buffer without even loading X or whatever. That's just a grid of pixels. True, yes. But Bogan, I'm not doing it until I have to. That's the rule. I'm sticking to my guns until I don't have a choice. That's the rule. The mic sounds weird. Hang on. Let me just look at this. Okay. Is this any better? Dandy, or... Yeah. Have you played around with Odin? Yes. I started this game in Zig. I went to Odin, and then I went down to C. I'm actually, Factory, I'm going to talk about exactly what the heck happened on this stream. Sounds exactly the same. Okay, how about this? And then maybe what I'll do is I'll turn this up a little bit. Maybe that sounds better, hopefully. Okay, quieter but higher quality. All right, okay, so what I can do is I can just like, I don't know. I can just kind of turn that up a bit so that it's a bit louder. Could do that. Let me know how that is, and I'll keep the mic kind of like safe distance away here. Yeah? All right. Cool. Thanks, Dandy. And thanks, Laugh. I know Laugh complained about this earlier, and I just didn't take a second. And Rara on YouTube, I haven't forgotten. So before I keep going, let me go back up. Rara on YouTube. Where is your question? Where's your question? I'm learning assembly with MASM compiler. Microsoft doesn't allow people to use MASM separately anymore. MASM without the Visual Studio IDE. What do you use the MSVC compiler with the Visual Studio IDE? I hope I don't regret getting used to it. I keep hearing a lot of bad stuff, like it's slow. Okay, so Rara, I hope you're still around. Sorry it took me so long to get to it. That's my fault. The MSVC compiler with the Visual Studio IDE. I haven't used it, let's say, in the last 3 to 5 years. So I don't know how slow it is. What I do know is that when I used it at least 5 years ago, if I remember correctly, it was slow. Depending on what you're doing, it gets the job done. And I will add this. In some cases, depending on what you're doing, you don't have a choice. There's no choice. So you have to use what the Visual Studio, like the MSVC compiler, because you don't have any other choice. If you're going to try and get out of the Microsoft world, then you start having to deal with like a whole bunch of other stuff, which can be a good thing, but it can also be annoying or even frustrating. So sometimes you have to pick your battles. Would I say you're going to regret it? If it's getting the job done and it's accomplishing exactly the goals you need to get done, and you have a limitation that you must live within the Microsoft world, you're probably okay. You're probably okay. Hopefully that helps, Rara. Canvases for critters, yeah. Yeah, point is, it could be argued that a canvas element is lower level than DOM elements. Yes, Bogan, you are 100% right. Canvas is lower level. I would agree with that, 100%. What I'm trying to prove is how far you can push without hardware acceleration. If I use Canvas, I automatically, by default, enable hardware acceleration. And I'm trying to see how far I can push without that, except for 3D. 3D is the only place where I have to turn on hardware acceleration, and that's a cost that I've accepted because I don't have a choice. All of that weird HTML, CSS stuff looks easy in Canvas WebGL. Yeah, it does, yeah. Okay, yeah. What compilers, debuggers do you use? For C, I just use CLang. That's all I use, Rara. It's just CLang. I can show you right here. It's this portion of code is what compiles my C code, which is just one file, one big look at this file. It's just a game state manager, inputs of numbers and outputs of numbers. All this 4,000 some odd lines to run the game. It's a single header file, and it just compiles, just CLang. That's it. Visual Studio is slow and buggy, but I mean, it's not that much worse than other software. It has features that are significantly better than Emacs, Vim, VS Code. Yes, I agree. And again, I will say that in some cases, you don't have a choice, right? You don't have a choice but to use what Microsoft forces you to use. Very nice. The bootcamp I'm in has us learning PyGo for backend, but after I want a hobby graphics rendering game with Odin after. Yeah, factory. So in a minute here, I'll pause and let chat go and talk about kind of like why I think I need to talk about the state of the game, the history of the game, and you'll learn why I went from Zig to Odin to C. I'm guessing if someone pays you enough, you could put up with C++ Microsoft Dev ecosystem. Yeah, if someone paid me enough, I would be willing to put up with it. What do people with slow compiler times work out? Listen to audiobooks, work on a business. Yeah, work on a side business on a second PC. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, Visual Studio is pretty good for C++. It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Dandy, this is actually something I never thought about, but I think you're actually right. If you buy a fast HDD SSD, Visual Studio is quite a bit faster. Again, I'm just going to say, this is hardware holding the crutch, the responsibility of software, right? You're trying to solve a software problem with hardware, but it is true. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem, Factory. Damn, another raid. Valago. Am I going to have to... hang on. What's up? Valago, how are you doing? First of all, Bogan, I'll get to you in a second, you degenerate scumbag, all right? First of all, I'll get to you in a second, Bogan. Second of all, could I please have a mod, because my windows are all over the place. Mod, could you give a shout out to Valago? Valago, thanks for popping in and doing a raid over here. That's super cool. 89, holy crap, 89 viewers, man, that's really good. How are you doing, Valago? I know sometimes you do a raid and run. Thank you to whoever did the shout out. I see it now. Um, thanks, Valago. Hope you had a great stream, man. Let me know what you were up to if you can stick around and just you just do slash shout out battle. My windows are all over. It's gonna take me like six hours to find it, and Valago doesn't deserve that time waster. You remember Ryan Fleury rated you once, so it was a cool time. So I appreciate that, Valago. That's really nice. Yeah, that raid from Ryan was fantastic. I think I was talking to the right crowd, right, Valago? I think I had the right crowd. So yeah, let me know how let me know if your stream was going well and what you were up to. Shill yourself, drop some links, whatever. You were working on a key remapper program, fixed a huge ass memory leak, and released a new version. So a huge W. Hey, that's pretty cool. Good job. Nice work. The key remapper, just for any keyboard, just like for anything. Yeah. I'm indirectly using some acceleration by using the DOM anyway. Maybe, but I'm not turning on hardware acceleration by default the way that I'm using the DOM. That's the difference, Bogan. If I use Canvas, WebGL, WebGPU, I automatically turn on hardware acceleration. Yeah, for games mostly. Here, let me pop this up. Windows version is published. Linux is in the works. The main reason I mentioned that isn't to validate VS's awful speed. It's that the vast majority of people overvalue GPUs and undervalue CPU hard drives. Hey, that's a good point, Dandy. Yeah, that's right. Well, Valago, that's really cool. You've even got the Linux version in work. That's really, really cool. Let me just pop this up. I think key remapper for... Okay. All right. Come on. Yes. This is cool. I wish if I do this. You're using Jai. Let's go. Valigo, let's go. Valigo. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Let's go. That's really cool. Look at this. Yeah. Almost done. Need to pause. Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah. Okay. So how about I do this? Valigo, thank you for the raid. For people who don't want or can't buy $200 Razer keyboards, this is I like a really good idea. So welcome in, everyone. What am I working on? Why did Valago think that I was worthy of a raid? I hope it's because of what I'm about to explain. Let me tell you something about the state of the tech industry. It sucks. It all sucks. Video games these days are bloated. You have to download like 100 million gigabytes for a DLC. You have to pay $600,000 for it. Software crashes all the time. When was the last time you actually successfully used one of the apps on your phone without it crashing for an entire day? Solid 24 hours. When was the last time you went to a website and you felt really, really good about it? It felt like a good, solid website. What's happening is that the tech industry is filled with people who are telling you that if you're a programmer, you're too stupid to code. They just don't say the words, "you're stupid." What they tell you is, you cannot program in this space. You are not a program. You can't possibly comprehend how to code a website, how to code a game, how to code desktop software natively, how to code mobile software natively. You have to do hybrid. You have to use Electron. You have to run a second browser instance to do anything and then run basically a website instead of a native application. All that kind of stupid crap, whatever the hell ever. All of these things are being told to you. And then what you're And just like a cult, what you're being told is, as long as you do what we say, though, you're going to be just fine. You might be too stupid to program, but people much smarter than you have figured out how to do this. So just do this, the following: npm install, Rust cargo install, use a library, use a framework, use a language, memory safety, whatever the heck it is, whatever selling point it is, just follow these steps and you're going to be fine. You don't have to think about the impacts that it has on your hardware. It's just going to be automatically translated. All the performance issues will be taken care of for you. You're going to be able to do, whatever the heck you want to do in any space you want to do it in. We got you covered. And these people who created the things you're using are smarter than you. Why wouldn't you just trust them? Why would you go ahead and reinvent the wheel yourself? That's crazy talk. In other words, you're too stupid to know what to do. Let me show you what we're doing on this stream. One of the things I do on this stream, which I'm about to slice up into actual videos and create a playlist of, so it's all proper, we go over academic and scientific studies that prove these kinds of arguments false. For example, a common thing you might be told is that type safety with TypeScript makes you write better JavaScript. Because at the end of the day, it's just JavaScript plus type safety. We went over a study recently that went over thousands of open source GitHub projects. Thousands. In TypeScript and vanilla JavaScript. And it showed that, for the most part, you get about as many bugs in vanilla JavaScript as you do in TypeScript. What's more, the number of bugs in TypeScript increases over JavaScript, as in you get more bugs in TypeScript the more you use the keyword any, which is antithetical to any amount of type safety. Okay, we went over the actual science on this, and it doesn't end there. Even if you could equalize the number of bugs found between TypeScript and vanilla JavaScript projects, the number of days or the time it takes to fix a bug in TypeScript is approximately 2 days longer than vanilla JavaScript to fix any bug found. Now, that's not to say that TypeScript is bad, you should never use it, yada, yada, yada. The point is that the wild, boisterous claims are not what they appear to be. But you don't question that, because just like in cult mentality, the cult leaders don't want you to ask the question of whether something is actually true or not. Do you get actual type safety with TypeScript? Does it actually help you reduce bugs? Does it actually help you save bugs, etc.? Does anybody know what the cost consequence effect of cybersecurity issues are in the world? It's the third largest economy in the world, next only to the US and China. It's about $7 trillion. That was in 2023. And I'm not talking about the cost of cybersecurity, like people working in cybersecurity. I'm talking about the effects of it. Like when something is exploited, what are the effects of entire 911 call centers going down in an entire state in the US, or the entire US Eastern Seaboard not being able to get their gas because of a security issue where trucks couldn't ship the gas to gas stations? Or operating rooms losing their power, emergency operating rooms losing their power. When you do that npm install and it feels good and you got that thing done real quick, nation state actors who are aggressive towards us, cybersecurity exploiters who love using issues with packages that you've installed and haven't checked, all of these things become much more widespread and have a real world impact. The costs of those things can't even be quantified, because how do you put a price on human life? It's at least in the order of $7 trillion. These are things that we do. These are things that we go over and I rant about all the time. We can talk about video games. I go over like why AI generated frames between video games is just a crutch for people who don't know how to produce actual quality video game code, to actually use the hardware and software that we have available to us. I literally gone over the actual, like, breaking down, here are the technologies available to properly generate frame to frame to frame, nice, high quality, smooth frame rates for games that today should not be as slow as they are, without any AI at all, on like 30 or 40 series NVIDIA cards. We've gone over that. Here's the other thing that I go over. Web development, because that's my bread and butter. This is the website, the flagship website of the framework that is supposedly the top tier best framework in the world to create any website ever. You can't beat this. It doesn't get any better than this. It's the most widely supported, the most widely used, has the most funding, has the biggest teams behind it, has the longest history of usage in terms of just like JavaScript frameworks. Maybe, you know, with a few exceptions like Angular, jQuery, etc. But, you know, we're just talking about like a little bit more modern. It's there, right? This is what you're being told, and when you get hired and whatnot, no, you have to know React. Our team requires React, yada, yada, yada. By the way, I got fired from my last job. I haven't found a job since because I was using HTMX, single-handedly running a multi-million-dollar website because I wanted, with HTMX by myself. A new CTO comes in, wanted to replace me with a team of React developers. I'm the only engineer. He knew I was going to stand in his way. He fired me. This is what he fired me over. Are you guys ready? I just want to zoom in on this, and maybe let me move my face over a little bit. I could do this all day. This is the top. This is Ivy League. This is creme de la creme. This is what you're told is how a good website should function. This is what you're told. You're too stupid to understand that this is a bad thing. Trust us, bro. Just use React and all your problems will go away. So what am I doing? Why was it like fun when Ryan Fleury rated and we had a good time? And I had Jay Blow raid me once. That was a fun time. I was talking to like the right group of people, right? So what I'm doing, I am a high school dropout, self-taught, used to be homeless for several years of my life, programmer. And I'm here before you today because I remember the good old days. To me, right? And so to me, this was the good old days. This is my favorite game of all time. It's just my personal favorite. That's all. It's not everyone's cup of tea. But I remember playing this game when I was a kid on the Super Nintendo. It's called Uncharted Waters, New Horizons. And it was extremely complicated for a Super Nintendo game, which, if you compare the hardware back then to the hardware we have today, or even the software, it's not even close. You have to have a fleet of ships. Each ship has its own crew, its own hull, its own figurehead, its own cargo space, its own captain, its own food, all of it. Each individual ship must be managed. The entire fleet must be managed. Captains who are with you must be managed. There's an economy system. There's, like, depending on where you are in the world, there's different winds that affect your sailing speed. The economy system is local to each port in the world and global to like the sphere of influence of nations. So there's like you go and trade and you have to like deal with like differences in like trading and taxes and tariffs, Trump and all that. Like, this was crazy complicated. I love this game so much. This game is the reason why I got into programming. Exactly this game. And I wanted to build this game ever since I was a kid. Never had the chance. I'm the ripe old age of 40. And here I am making it on stream now. So what I'm trying to show is that if high school dropout, homeless, dumb person here can do the kind of stuff that I've been doing in my life, then so can you. So what am I doing? I have a single file header only C game state manager. This thing only deals with numbers. Numbers in, numbers out. It barely deals with strings. The only strings it deals with are to do debugging. That's it. I think up here I deal with some strings to do debugging. Otherwise, it's just numbers. Therefore, I can take this single file header only game state manager for my game. It's about 4,000 lines of code right now. And I can create a server, a multiplayer server, which I don't have running right now because we're doing a bit of a refactor, which I'll get into. And I can include that file and run a server in C that allows everybody to connect with WebSockets and play the game. But it's mostly a single player game. So all I'm actually doing is running the single player game and then passing around the state of the game to all the single player clients. How am I doing that? I take this exact same file and I compile it to WebAssembly. Then on the browser, the WebAssembly is just basically like a block of memory, including the ability to execute functions. So in the browser, I just have DOM elements. I don't have Canvas, I don't have WebGPU, I don't have WebGL. And in the Chrome flags, they're part of the initial, I don't think you can see it on this screen, but like when I load up, when you do the search thing, when you search for the application you want to run, there's a special one that I have. It's like Chrome with hardware acceleration turned off. It's a special flag, right? So hardware acceleration is turned off for GPU, which means this is single-threaded CPU only on the browser. I'm using request animation frame. And as you can see blinking here, let me pause it. It's just DOM elements. That's it. And it's all vanilla JavaScript. Vanilla CSS, some of it inlined for performance reasons, which I went over earlier today. And vanilla HTML. And then what I do is I embed all the assets that I want into a single HTML file. So this guy, this index HTML file that's running this whole thing. So let me do that. Let me load up Athens. It's all just one file. All of it. And every frame, I replace the entire scene. That means the entirety of the DOM elements in this viewport get replaced every animation frame by the JavaScript and the WebAssembly. So the state of the game and then JavaScript just goes replace the entire scene. Every frame. And then I was just starting on, battle mechanics, all that, right? So that's what I have here. That means that I can also then, and you're able to check this out. I can statically host this game. Let me zoom out because I think I had the zoom set. Yeah. On GitHub, which means anytime that I do a git commit, you guys can just jump in on the statically hosted GitHub page and just view the entire game. Just the whole game. Done. Statically hosted, one single file. So then when it comes to the server, okay, I'm currently, I think I switched over to Bun for a minute because Bun with, which is essentially Node, was giving me the ability to use the exact same C code, compile it with TinyCC and Bun, and then ship it off through WebSockets and update all the clients. So all the clients literally just run off of the statically hosted GitHub server. There's a multiplayer mode, which I don't have it turned on, but you go in Discord, you get a special role, you get a key, it gives you a URL like this. And if my server was on, it's not, because I'm about to explain the refactor. Then you can jump in on the multiplayer, and then the Bun server or my C server, at this point I think I've got it where it doesn't matter now, will just ship you the entire state of the game as it should be for you, depending on which player you are in a battle, kind of like what I have here. Just imagine a few more ships. And so you get to control one ship. and there's like the health, right? And so you have your own health in the next ship, and then you have to like figure it out. There's a Kraken. We have a Kraken in here. It takes moves between every turn, and it has like super buff stats, and like sometimes you have to team up with all your enemies to take on the Kraken first, like all of that. We're gonna get to that. So I'm doing all of this in like the hardest way I can possibly think of doing it, in the weirdest possible way, in order to go back to question the paradigm that everybody seems to be told in tech, which is your tech leadership, your colleagues, executives, management, other programmers who go, you can't do this without a library framework or some kind of crutch or a hardware acceleration, or you need to have fast enough hardware so that you don't have to write as performant code or things like this. No, it's not true. It's a lie. And that lie has served the purpose of us suffering with crappy games and crappy websites and crappy software. And we all intuitively know this is bad. And not just bad for us internally, because we also have to eat our own dog food, right? If you think about the IDEs and stuff, like the Microsoft IDE, for example, what's it made out of? The exact same kind of thinking and paradigm that gets us to a bad place in the first place. Now it's just kicked off to you as well. Fine, an end user consumer might not use the Microsoft IDE because they're not compiling anything. It's you who has to compile first, but you get to suffer twice because you have to compile and suffer, and then use and suffer. So it all has an impact. And that's not to speak of the impact of people just not using their brain and just accepting things as they are and not realizing that there are real world consequences to them and the people they love. Okay? Or Electron. Yeah, exactly. So this whole project, this whole stream, since I started about a year ago, and the reason why I thought Ryan Fleury had like a great audience, because I think it very much aligned with these kinds of things. This is why I do what I do here on this stream, and I rant and I go over scientific stuff, which can be boring. It's not as exciting as building animations, which is what I've been doing, or building out the game, etc. But I just, since I have a bunch of people here right now, I just want to say, I was talking at the beginning of the stream about something, and I'm going to talk about it again for a few minutes, and then I'm going to talk about the state of the game and what I'm going to do next. So, it's difficult for me to get the reach that I wish I could have in like the social media space. So YouTube, Twitch, X mostly, maybe LinkedIn a bit, etc. Dr. 3IO, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's difficult for me to get that reach. I am not afraid to call people out on being stupid. And to be clear, it's not necessarily because I think they're stupid, nor do I think that a lot of programmers are stupid. I actually think there are a lot more programmers that are extremely smart and intelligent, but we've neutered them. The industry has neutered them by forcing them to use this crap. This. So any intelligence that a programmer might have is immediately neutered with this crap. I'm not afraid to say that, but it means that I need to get reach. It means I get blocked by people. I'm not afraid to call like Theo T3 out. I'm not afraid to call Primogen out. I'm not afraid to call Part Software out. There's a few people on X who I'm not afraid to call out. I have arguments all the time with people of all kinds, some of whom have blocked me because I just question their sanity on pushing developers, programmers who look up to them and take their word as gospel, and they push these ridiculous ideas, and then it just gets eaten up. But it means that I need to have some support from you guys. So I don't make money off of this, but the likes, the follows, I guess the subs on YouTube, which is kind of like the follows on Twitch, the reposts, all of that stuff, they help expand my reach. if you think what I'm saying is worth saying and you want me to go out and say it and try and like have these kind of like more logical arguments, because a lot of this stuff is kind of like vibes based programming. Like, it feels good when I use React, it feels good when I have type safety, or when I'm told I have type safety, it feels good when I'm told I have memory safety. All of these things feel good. It feels good when I can ask an AI to think for me. It feels good, I get things accomplished. It's vibes, it's preferences and vibes. It's not based on logically sound objective arguments. If you want me to go out and make the logical objective arguments, then I need some help. So if you do the likes and the follows and stuff, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm not asking for money or anything like that. Just the reach, just to get out there and have those battles, because I think they're important, not just for us as programmers, but just in general. We need to have better software out there. Software runs a lot of the world, and we're really setting ourselves up for failure. Okay, so now, yeah, but Prime blocked me. Yeah, Prime blocked me. So I don't think he 100% agrees, and I criticize Prime a lot because I think he's worth criticizing, just like I would expect anyone to criticize me. I don't think criticism is necessarily something that you have to block someone over. For example, I think you should be allowed to criticize whomever, and it should be, yeah. Anyways, do you think this is healthy? Constantly arguing with people. Everyone has their own thing they're a fan of. Maybe it might not be healthy for most people, but let me say something, eMagic. Do you think this is healthy? Constantly arguing with people. Here's the problem. This wouldn't be an argument if we didn't have people who are willing to abuse the current state of software, either knowingly or unknowingly. This wouldn't have to be argued if more people like me stood up and said something. The problem isn't, I don't actually think that it is healthy. I actually agree with you. This shouldn't even be an argument. You're like, this is completely right. The problem is that nobody's having this discussion. Nobody's taking the hard stance of, why the hell are we using these things? Can you give me a good, logical, objective reason why you would want to use X, Y, or Z? And let's argue it out. No one's having them. And I think by nature of having the argument, you get to the point where you no longer need to have the argument. But it's just not being had. What's happening is that these things exist. They're being created, regened, re-dog fooded, whatever it is. All of these things just keep coming up, and people go for whatever is shiny or whatever their favorite tech streamer tells them to do. Maybe not tells them to do exactly, but they look at their favorite tech streamer, and they usually just like look at what their tech influencer does and go with that. And they don't think beyond that because they're not being told to do that. It's not a very clear, explicit conversation that's like, here's why you would want to do that. Here's like a logical argument. Here's what's happening under the hood. Here's what you should go learn. Here are the costs and benefits. Not as a blanket statement, because there are definitely some streamers who absolutely do get this right. So not every tech influencer streamer is like this. But there's too many of them who don't even approach the topic at all. So I don't want to have the argument. I would rather, honestly, I wouldn't even be streaming if more people were more actively encouraged to figure out what was going on. Yeah, Prime. No, we need people. I mean, yeah. Where he talks about MSFT recreating API and recreating and keep recreating, which all does the same thing. And they may be doing this so their competition is forced to re-implement the same software. And the smartest neighbors of MST got out of their way not to follow this, so Adobe wrote their own GUI. Yeah. Yes. There's definitely cultural and industry level issues that have to be resolved. But I think that we as programmers have a lot of power to resolve those issues, but it has to start from us. And I think a lot of these changes would be impossible, if not extremely difficult to dismiss, if more programmers had more objective logical arguments why something like even this practice with Microsoft is a dumb practice, and why Microsoft might even make more money if they went in the reverse direction. But you have to have somebody who can have that conversation, and nobody's having that conversation, not even close. There are a lot of programmers who wouldn't even know how to begin having that conversation, even at a technical level, let alone a business level. I see a lot of comments about Prime. Prime takes suggestions from his community, appeases them, so I guess he does some stuff for content. I feel like these words could come out of his mouth. Yeah. So if anyone like Theo has an agenda, that's the agenda. Get their fellow developers to follow through on things, get turned over, so they'll never steal a job. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, it's okay. So Theo's an easy one to pick out, right? Like, I cannot take Theo seriously, period. Hands down, I can't take him seriously anymore. He's a completely non-serious programmer. Like 100%. I did a rebuttal video to one of his videos where he spent an hour and a half making some of the most stupid and ridiculously and illogical arguments about things like Tailwind, front end in general, JavaScript, things like that. And I literally on this video pulled up vanilla Notepad, just Notepad, and just completely destroyed his baseless and low tier, shallow takes on an article he was reviewing. Unfortunately, it's a 3-4 hour video, but I didn't want to take away from his video, so we watched the whole thing in full so that nothing was edited out, and just went over the entire thing because it was so stupid. I had to. I normally don't respond, but this one I had to because it was just so stupid. Now, Prime doesn't do that, right? Prime doesn't have videos like that where, just hit like bang YouTube on the Twitch chat and it'll give you my YouTube link. I have a whole bunch of videos. So Prime won't make videos like that. He typically tends to focus on things like, I don't know, stuff that's more within his wheelhouse. And that's great. And Prime does have some really good takes. Like he's had some takes on like AI that have been really good. He's had some takes on like general programming advice that I think are fantastic. Prime is a much better off, but I don't think that makes Prime immune from criticism. And so Prime will jump ship. He'll essentially kind of like what that one comment was describing, which is he'll take whatever his chat is saying or whatever is good for views, and he'll go to that. Yeah, okay, so you can, very immature sometimes. So I can agree with that. I do, it's kind of like, it's hard for me to listen to Prime for very long. But that's more of like a personal, like, you just have to, it's more subjective than it is objective. But what is objective is that Prime will go along with whatever gets views. And there is something a little bit more sinister to what Prime does. So here's an example, because I'm just kind of done hiding. Prime will say something like this. I wish I could track down the old video, but he said something like, I talked to an Amazon hiring recruiter, and the recruiter told me that they like to hire programmers on their teams and then try and kick them out after 6 months so that they don't have their stocks vested. And almost in the same breath, he goes, but if you want a good resume, go work at Amazon. Can you see the problem with that kind of advice coming from Prime? There's a problem there. You just have to think about it for a minute, and you can kind of see the downwind effects of that kind of advice. Now, you have to think about it. Sure, yes, it's true, right? Yeah. Yeah. I just pulled a prime. Yeah, it's true, right? It's true. Okay. Here's what also Right, here's what's also true. You pretend for a minute that you are prime and you have thousands of people watching you in a single given moment. Would you feel responsible to try to not give that advice? As someone who has that kind of viewership, especially, one second, especially compared to the advice you could give to a huge audience, which could reach back to a company like Amazon, because I guarantee you Amazon hears what Prime has to say. And you could say something quite the opposite and go, if you value your career, don't go work at Amazon. And then Amazon goes, oh crap, maybe we should stop doing this. So instead of using his influence in a positive way, he essentially just, it's a societal defeat. It's a defeatist argument. That's his advice. And it's not hard to watch. He's done this before. He'll do things like he'll claim like, don't be a degenerate, right? Because he used to be a degenerate, he doesn't like it, etc., etc. But then he will literally platform particular individuals that I won't call out who are absolutely degenerate. And it gives you kind of like, the immaturity level. It gives you a frame of reference of what he's willing to compromise principles for in exchange for the influence he has. So maybe he's not like a Theo level making like, programmatic arguments that are just dumb, but he's making other arguments that have a heavy impact on programming. And I criticize that. And for that, I'm blocked. That's why I'm blocked. And I don't think that that's a bad criticism. If I was doing that, I would expect no less of myself. And the reason why I would expect no less of myself is because I have been criticized thusly throughout my life for similar things that I've said. You are Prime, Theo, Pirate, whoever you are in the tech industry, and you have huge influence, and this is the kind of advice you give. These are the kinds of things that you tell the people who listen to you or who come on your stream and watch you. And I think it's a shame. It's a shame that you could be saying the opposite thing. Depends on what you define career. Most people continue through their career like they did schooling, monotonous, uninspired. It's not even conscious. They're just there is a lot of brainwashing. It's cult-like mentality. And I'm going to be real. I think Theo's cultivated a cult-like mentality in that YouTube video. I call it out. I can see the behavior because I was an ex-Jehovah's Witness for 30 some odd years. Third generation born in. I know how cults work inside and out. I had to escape that. Theo has a cult following, like an actual cult following. Prime is turning into a cult following, if not already there. And there are many other cult followings. React is a cult. Rust is very culty. There is no responsibility there in my mind. One does not have to use their influence in any shape or form. This goes more into a topic of responsibility of influences. I disagree with you, but that is a different topic, Magic. I do think that if you have influence, you cannot have influence unless you accepted it. There's no way that you have influence unless you accepted the influence. As in, you accepted the ability to have that influence. If you accept the ability to have that influence, then you must accept that there comes responsibility. And I know that the common argument back is like, well, the viewers should be responsible for themselves. Right. That is true. You all should be. You shouldn't be taking everything I say for gospel either. Absolutely not. That would be terrible. That's not what I'm encouraging you to think for yourselves, not to think how I think. But if I know that there are going to be certain people who are going to listen to what I have to say and then accept that, then I also have to be responsible for what I say. Because there's no way that I don't know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted the influence. TypeScript cult, yeah. Keep feel like I was just schooled good. Keep yeah. You a J Blow are J Blow fans a cult? Because if so, I really like that cult. Are there good cults? There is no good cult because definitionally cults prevent you from learning things that would otherwise improve your ability to like learn more or get better at something, etc. They limit your ability to learn. They tell you that you need to follow a certain prescribed set of steps, and that is the way to achieve true, like, whatever, your end goal is, right? So there are no good cults. It's a different topic. Do you have an opinion on boot dev? I don't have an opinion on boot dev because I don't know enough about them. I've done an interview on boot dev, and that was very kind of Lane. He's always been nice to me. So I guess currently my opinion would be like they seem great. They've been nothing but nice to me. Offline conversations I've had, they've been very fair to me about some things. So I would tend to lean towards the opinion that boot dev is not a bad place to go. I would even recommend it. How about that? Currently, I am leaving my mind open for change because I do know who boot dev and them like kind of associate with, and there is like a clique and a group, and I do keep that in mind, right? You can only don't know using. Oh, don't worry about it, Team Jet. Don't worry about it. It's all good, Team Jet. Don't worry about it. I'm not asking for money. If you like what I'm saying and you want me to say it more and you want me to try and convince more people that we need to do better in tech and you want me to try and refine, get better at making these logical arguments, make them more logical, make them clear, etc. I have a lot of work to do in that respect. Then just watching, even having me on in the background, the likes, that stuff, even that is great. I don't need the money. Like, I need money. I'm living off contract work right now, but I'm not asking for it because that's not really what this is about. This stream is not about getting your money. This stream is about, like, I want better software. I really like I like programming. I want us to do better. Yeah. If I post videos, I wouldn't care a single bit if I'm giving out good advice or bad advice. If someone asks, I'll try to answer, but there's never a guarantee I know what I'm talking about. But in general, I see your point, how bad things can get propagated that way. Sure. Yeah. That's, you know what, Magic? We'll agree that we agree on more than we don't agree on. How about that? Because I think I think we're both, at that point, we're both talking about a little bit different topic, which I would love to have a convo about. But I've been talking on this stream for so long. Thank you. It helped me so much, but I do feel like I'm in a media bubble. It is a media bubble. Yeah. Yeah. So think what you will of Jonathan Blow, but if you go watch Jonathan Blow, he's going to tell you how it is, right? And you can disagree with him, and that's it. I don't know who Travis. Shout out to Travis. If you guys are listen. Travis Roman is a really good. Here, this guy. He makes. I better turn. Yeah, he's making a game in Vanilla C with Vulkan. And it's his own, not a game, an engine that he's building a game off on the top of. He's spent years building this video game engine, and now he's getting to the game. This guy just Vanilla C everywhere. This guy will actually give you advice that comes from a place where he cares so much that he won't allow the defeatist attitude in, right? How can I join your anti-cult cult? Well, 9 easy payments of $7.99.99. Do you revisualize? Thanks for the first time chat, man. Do you really think we can get better in tech, especially when we're heading where we're heading with the state of employment and the future of work? So revisualize. Oh, you got ads. Okay, I'll wait. If you think about it, it makes sense for Prime to recommend work at Amazon because it aligns with his own definition, which is fame and money, hence the YouTube meme personality. This, I think, is right. I think Prime has changed. I've actually told him that. I'm just going to be straightforward. I've told him that I think he's changed. I think his original content that he had from a few years ago, let's say approximately 3 years ago, 2 years ago, um, pulled me in. I liked Prime 2 years ago, but some things happened. He got big. That's I'm happy for him. He has success. That's great. You shouldn't it's great to be. I'm certainly not successful. Um, so you know, what can I say? So that's great for him, but I think it changed him, and I think it's really clear. It's been a tad cold here in Canada, our little Canuck village. As a result, my washing machine has stopped functioning. Cold air has gotten to it, so I'll go hand wash some clothes. Thank you, Team Jet. I appreciate it. You go tackle your laundry. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, come back anytime. Okay, so revisualize. Hope the ads are over for you, right? Let me know revisualize. I'll answer your question here. The future of work is going to be ads are done. Okay, race to the bottom. Contract AI short term, where the winner is the person that can do the task the fastest. Problem is that AI will take over vastly much of the future of knowledge work. It's going to be good future for employment. Humans cannot push out information as fast as AI can. Okay, so a couple of things. Revisualize. I don't have pure data on this, but I see the job market picking up a little bit. This is my personal opinion with zero guarantee. I think that by the end of the year, the job market will look better. Maybe not like, like we're back. We're so back, everything's back, but better. I don't think AI will take over as much as you think it does. AI is trained and it repeats the things that it's trained on. So I have what's called a logical syllogy, which is premises followed by a conclusion. So premise 1, humans make mistakes. Premise 2, humans make AI. Therefore, the conclusion would be that all AI will make mistakes. There is nothing that AI can do in a vast generalized state that is going to completely obliterate the workspace in the way that I think you're describing it. Will it have an impact? I do. Are there good use cases for AI? I think there are, but I don't think it's going to be this bad. I think what really will happen is that AI is going to hit a wall. It might not happen very soon, but it will hit a wall, and then there's going to be a come to Jesus moment. And people who have stuck to their game will be the ones who are kind of recalled from the ashes to come and help salvage what's left. So I just personally, it's a personal not sharing of this exact viewpoint. But I can see why you'd think that way. I have a more optimistic outlook because I've seen these ups and downs before. So here's an example. Low code will replace programmers. No code will replace programmers. And no code, by the way, was around even before the 2000s. The spreadsheets will remove the need for programmers to do particular computational things, especially when Microsoft had Excel, right? I've heard this song and dance before many times in tech. Programmers are going to go away, man. This is it. And they never do. They never do. And I don't think AI is any exception. As a matter of fact, here's what the proponents of AI sound like to me. As an ex-Jehovah's Witness, what I'm used to hearing throughout my whole life was Armageddon, which is the day when God essentially himself steps down on earth and says, okay, enough is enough. You guys have had your chance. I'm going to destroy you all, and I'm going to set up a new system that's just me and the people who follow me, and we're going to see how things operate then. That's Armageddon. Okay, so I'm skipping a bunch of stuff here, but that's kind of the premise. Ever since the late 1800s, Jehovah's Witnesses have been saying Armageddon is around the corner. We're 1 or 2 decades away. I remember being a kid, and some of the grandparents that were around in the religion at the time told me, you don't need to go to secondary school after you finish high school, which I never did, by the way, because there's not going to be a point. By then, Armageddon will be here. I won't be that old by then. I'm not even going to die. And yeah, they're all dead. I can find their tombstones right now. That's exactly what this is to me. This is exactly the kind of statement that's being made. Oh, don't worry. AI will take over any day now. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Anytime someone says that, nah, man. Red flag. I think Prime tried to save himself at the beginning of the year when he was talking about Jai Godin. Yeah, he did try and save himself, but it seems like he completely gave up and went back to memeing about Go.js. Yep. Yeah. And if you listen, all I'll say is pay attention to what Prime does long enough, and you'll see that essentially what he does is for views. That's his job. Like, if you're someone who's like me and you want to get the views and the follows and all of that, like, of course, you're going to say the things that get the most people, right? That's your job. Your job as a streamer, yeah, Porque Maria, you're going to, be entertaining and shouting and loud and, making fun of people and D's nuts and all of that. I get it. Like, I understand where he's coming from. It's not easy to balance it out. But that's not what I'm about. And I really don't like seeing people with that kind of influence use it the way that it's currently being used. I agree with the sentiment for creative technical work, but computers have proven far superior at anything that requires speed of computation, reduced fatigue. Sure, yes. But even that requires a certain level of creativity. There is nothing that is computationally straightforward that wasn't first invented out of creativity. And furthermore, when there's an issue with a logical sequential state of things, for example, you have a logical sequential state of things that need to be executed, but it's not performing as efficiently as you would like, you tend to need to have someone creative to come in and refactor, kind of like what those things are. And they have to think beyond the scope or boundary of that logical series of steps in order to come up with a new series of steps that is more performant for the task at hand. AI can't do that. AI will always be dependent on a human who actually understands what the heck's going on. AI can execute on some things very efficiently and faster than a human brain can, especially when you're talking about done, set, step by step, whatever. Yeah, those things can happen. That's how we hired senior staff AI engineer Spirit. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put chat aside and I'm going to talk about I'm also not looking at the IT job market. Yeah, so revisualize on Twitch. If you're talking about the general market in general, that's a different topic. In my opinion, that's a different topic. And I would argue that if AI is replacing particular types of markets or particular jobs outside of programming, then it's something that would have been eventually replaced by just a program, not necessarily AI. And I don't know where that lands things, but I do think it is a bit of a different conversation, if that's fair. And I tend to try and stick to the programming sphere because that's what I really know, right? I'm not sure I'm equipped to talk about like the job market in general and what AI does there. I would just say that you could probably have a program that creates something and then, it would replace someone in a particular job. I think the proof is historically that's happened. A program is generated that AI maybe could have generated today and then jobs were replaced. Like, I don't think that's anything new. But the concept that entire industries will be wiped out completely, including programming, I'm more optimistic than that. Okay, so how many hours have I been streaming already? I don't even know. Hang on, folks. 3 hours, and I haven't even got to talking about what I want to talk about. Of course. Okay, so what is it that I want to talk about? We are at the point with this game where I feel like I need to make a video, some video content on stream here, because I think the people watching would also benefit from kind of like getting a history. Part of the history of the game we just went over, so I marked that on stream. which is like why I started building the game, why I think tech industry is like in a bad place, and my perspective on that, what I think we need to do to get better, etc. So I want to talk about the game a bit because I think this leads into what what have I been doing with the game overall, and I'm at the point where animations and artwork are essentially the only things left in the game. And I guess story. The mechanics are done. The battle mechanics are done. Multiplayer is pretty much done. Moving around, having like dialogues it's all done. Having scenes where things happen, that's all done. I can talk to people here. If CSS 3D, done. I don't know, like we have a lot of stuff done, and because of that, I feel like we're at a point in the game. We're at a point with a project where I should talk about the history of it a little bit, and then let's just tackle a few problems because I think all the big things are done. Now I just have to do story and like do some stats, and like when you do an attack or something, like what are your ship stats for the attack, things like that, right? I was thinking what I would do is just kind of discuss my approaches to some of the problems in this game. The game started as always having a set of principles. The principles are as follows. You never bring on more code in any form than you absolutely need for the game at any particular moment. So we don't include libraries, frameworks, or languages more than we absolutely have to in a given moment in order to accomplish what we want. That comes at the cost of some things are going to be annoying to do. And then comes the second principle. Just because it's difficult to do, or it seems difficult to do, doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. One of the big principles in life at the ripe old age of 40 that I've discovered is that if somebody offers you an easy button out of something, you should immediately ask why. What is the cost of this easy button? So to that end, we've essentially enforced kind of like self-constraints in both of those respects. Those are pretty much the two fundamental principles. Keep it simple, straightforward. Don't bring in more code than you have to. Don't make things do more than they have to. And if that means that something is harder to do, just go do it. Which is something that, you shouldn't have to be told. It's your job, right? Your job as a programmer is to go get your job done. So just because something is, difficult doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. It's your damn job. Go do it. Okay. We've managed to stick to that. Although we have strayed at times, I will admit that we have strayed, but we have managed to stick to it. There are some kind of like softer principles. I wanted this to run in the browser. The browser is what I am most accustomed to working in because most of my career has been spent in the browser. I have built native applications on desktop and mobile. I have worked in robotics, flashing firmware on chips and CPUs for a variety of reasons. So, I've done other things outside of the browser, but most of the time I spend my time in the browser. So I wanted it to be on the browser. And I wanted it to be as fast as I could possibly get it. And because of my time on the browser and my career, I felt like we could get it like really, really fast. So kind of a third soft principle would be it must run on the browser, and we have to focus on disproving certain paradigms, such as you couldn't do this without a framework, such as the DOM is slow, such as you need GPU acceleration in order to do a 2D game like this with the amount of complexity that it has. We've managed to do that too. So I was looking at, well, one thing I could do is when I started, it was like, well, I could do this all in vanilla JavaScript. And so Team JetPoop, it's a little bit painful to debug in WASM, I have to admit, because I have to console log. I have to console log out inside of WASM. Where is it? Here. Some of these things, like if I go these it just stands for information. That comes out of WASM. And as I have to console log different points along my WASM and figure out what's going on. Has it been painful? Yes. Has it been impossible? No. It actually doesn't even take that much brain power. It's just tedious. That's it. That's all it is. It's just tedious. That is literally the only downside. So I started with Zig. I thought I could do this all in vanilla JavaScript and have the entire game state in vanilla JavaScript. And I chose not to do that because I didn't want to have to port my JavaScript game state manager across different rendering mechanisms. For example, what if I want to render this game not inside the browser, but in a desktop application? And WASM seemed to make sense because then I could use a low-level language and take the exact same game state code, like my C, and re-render it and just wrap like SDL around it or like use Odin or whatever and get the exact same code base. Yeah, Electron. Is this the case? So in the case of supporting HTMX, if we zip servers both inside WASM and outside WASM, no, you don't need to zip the server. No, you don't even need the server. You don't need any of it. You're just adding complications, Team JetPoop. You're adding more complications. Don't do that. Stop it. Just stop it. You don't need any of that. Your server will just either compile or use the exact same C code, because either I run the server in C and I just include my C code, or if I run it in Bun, I just compile it in Bun because Bun has a C compiler, and then I can just HTMX over whatever I want. And I'm going to remove HTMX. So hot take, you don't need HTMX for your websites. I am going to prove with this game, with WASM and the server, that you don't need HTMX, and that you can have blinking fast multiplayer servers without any frameworks at all, with a somewhat complicated game like this running on multiple clients. I will prove it. Although I do like HTMX. I'm just saying you don't need it. And I'm going to prove that you don't need it. And I'm going to prove that it's not hard. I am sorry, I missed the move. Yeah, it's okay, Team JetPoop. It's okay. Okay, so I decided with WebAssembly. And so with WebAssembly, what that gave me is the ability to write a low-level language that I could port anywhere. Plus, WebAssembly is a nice linear memory in the browser. So even within the browser, I can just access my memory however I want to and read, whatever my game state is and execute functions and let WebAssembly do number crunching. And then I get to copy that same game state stuff over to any other rendering platform that I want. So I started out with Zig. So this is what we have here. This is in my repository. It's open. It's in my GitHub repo. You can view the commit history. It's all there. So we started out with Zig. I thought it'd be fun to get started in Zig. It had been a long time since I did C. I felt intimidated by C to get into it again. So I eased into it with Zig here. So we created the WebAssembly game state manager in Zig. This was going great. And then we had vanilla HTML. Sorry, we had vanilla HTML, we had vanilla CSS, we had vanilla JS, which we've always had, and it seems like we'll always continue to have. But a problem arose with Zig. And the problem was I didn't like the syntax, but it also broke all the time because of different versions, so I had to stick to one version. And the worst offending part about Zig, they started just a little bit to go in the route of design by committee. And so people would clamor to have certain features and functions and whatever inside of Zig, and the Zig leadership would kind of like accommodate that. And they started to do that a little bit too much, and I didn't like that. The reason why I don't like that is because when you start doing design by committee on things like this, you open the door for all kinds of stuff, and it almost never ends well. You can look at Bootstrap, you can look at Angular, you could even look at different versions of React, you could look at Rust too, you could look at I don't know. There's a lot of different examples where design by committee turns bad very fast. So I thought, okay, let's assume for a moment that I'm right, because it could be wrong. Maybe there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. Fair, that's fair, completely fair, no problem. Let's assume for a moment I'm right. What the heck am I going to do? Like, what am I going to do? If I'm not going to write this thing in Zig, what am I going to do, right? What are my options then? It's fine for me to complain about it, but what options do I have? So then I looked at Odin, and then Odin was the next version of the game. I'm not sure if I have this in the repo. I might. I can't remember where. It's somewhere in the Git history. I don't remember. I'm sure I have Odin here somewhere. Somewhere in here I have Odin. It might be, maybe it's in the cleanup branch. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So I have Odin here. So I started building it in Odin. That was fun. Okay. That was a lot of fun. Odin is a great language. But the problem again is it came down to the principles of the project. My project, Chat's project. The principles of the project is to not add more than you have to. And Odin, Ginger Bill with Odin, he started to add like really, really, really minor things to Odin that they were actually like really like good choices to make. I have no arguments about why, and it was definitely not designed by committee, but they were choices that went against the principle of the project, not necessarily because they were bad choices. So I don't think currently Bill is not leading Odin down a bad path, in my personal opinion, and only my personal opinion. I think Odin is a really good, solid choice if you want to do low level and you don't want the pains that come along with typical C. So I did it in Odin, and then I'm like, oh, man, I'm kind of just accepting someone else's view of a low-level language when I could just go write this in C and just deal with it. And once I go write it in C, then I can decide whether I want to go back up to something that's like different, maybe something side by side, etc. Right? Like the principle is, how difficult are these things if you just don't lean on crutches? Chat's a project. It's a game designed by committee. Yeah, it's a game designed by committee. Except there's only one. I think there's only 2 people in chat who actually know what I'm building. So for real. You guys just get to see it as it comes. So the committee is me and like 2 other people, and that's it. Nobody else knows. There's secrets. So just purely for the principle, it felt like Odin was kind of like I'm kind of like skirting outside the lines, and I didn't feel right. So then I went down to C. And so here's the C code. And it's the C code where I thought, okay, unless I'm willing to go to assembly, this is good enough. And there's enough here that everyone's going to be somewhat happy and somewhat not happy. People are going to complain about why I use C. Sorry, I'm using the server. This is the game code. And then there are people who are going to be like, dope, you use C. And there are going to be problems and not problems. And there's going to be a bunch of stuff we learn. From the viewpoint of I'm trying to show that you can do something like this and you can learn a lot, C seemed like the right choice. And so far it has been, because we have learned a lot. Even to the point where on one stream, we had an argument over the preference to use structs versus flat arrays. It seems I have lost the code that used to be here. Damn it. We went over here to Godbolt, and we literally wrote structs and flat arrays and did arithmetic pointer offset. So if you imagine an array of 10 things, and that 10 things represents a struct of 10 fields, and then you want to have 3 of those structs, you'd have 30 things, right? 30 elements, and you'd slice them off by 10 in an array, and then you'd go 10 plus 0 equals the first field, and then 10 plus 1 equals the next field, and so on. And we literally had an argument whether my way of doing flat arrays versus people's preferred way of doing structs had any performative impact when compiled or when running. No, it's just arithmetic pointers. And we looked at the assembly code underneath. It seems like I've lost the code for it, but we essentially did something like, and then I don't know, and then I guess I could just use int here. I don't need to do that. Let's say I did 10, and then I went like some struct, and then zoom in here, and then I go like, some struct ss2, and then we did like void main, right? And then we would literally just run like some struct 0, no, int 1 won't compile. Let's do id. Be like id is equal to 20 versus doing something like test 0 equals 20, right? Something along these lines is what we played around with. I can't remember exactly what it was. And then we clanged it up, and then we got the output. I'm not sure what the error is here. I probably did something stupid here. But we had an argument over that. And it turned out that, there was no actual performative difference under the hood. When actually executed, you were not, you weren't losing anything. I don't know why this isn't, I don't know, just return? I'm not sure. Anyways, doesn't matter. So sticking to the C code actually was very good in terms of the principle of the project, because it helped us to, at a very low level, address some issues that would come from just a dumb game, just a dumb little 2D game where things are just moving around on screen, on the web, on a browser, in C. And so out of that came other arguments like, well, hang on, if I can do this on a browser, why are people having such hard times with simple things on websites like move a button from point A to point B, highlight a button, make sure that when it clicks, it actually like operates correctly, submits a proper request, it is fast, doesn't need to show you a loading screen, things like that. Especially when we have the multiplayer server, which was also really fast when it was running, and I have the live VODs of that, right? And so the hey, not you, I didn't realize how principled your approach was. I've been joining in. This is all, yeah. So I appreciate it, not you. I appreciate it. CSS is hard, right? That's what Theo would say. Literally, my video making fun of Theo because he deserves to be made fun of for having stupid takes. He said CSS is too intimidating for me, so I'm going to use Tailwind. So essentially, all he's done is added a build toolchain step plus a bunch of other ones in order to get to the same endpoint, CSS. At the end of the day, he's just doing CSS. That's it. He just felt it was too intimidating, so he kicked the problem down the road. No, CSS is not. It might be intimidating. Maybe it's intimidating, but it's not impossible to grasp. It's actually not that hard. It really is pretty easy. You just have to stick to it and have some discipline and fight with it a bit. Like we fought in over whether it's preference or actual objective arguments, whether or not you should use a struct versus a flat array. That is a painful argument to have for several hours on stream. All it comes down to, by the way, the answer is preference. That's it. There's no objective argument that wins one or the other. It's just preference. So, once we got to the point of C, we learned a lot. And we kind of like kept at bay things like anytime someone would recommend like, hey, there's this like module or like kind of like external dependency that would solve a bunch of problems for you very much easier. We're like, no, strictly no. There are principles to this project, and we want to show that the principles are achievable even when we're doing something insanely stupid like this. And if we can do this on a web browser, then websites sucking today should have zero excuse. And so then we got into multiplayer. And with multiplayer, I started out with Bun. Well, no, actually, I started out with C. And I wrote an HTTP server in vanilla C with my own SQLite replacement, which was just in-memory DB, because that's all I needed. I didn't need SQLite. So even inside of our C server, we have no external dependencies except for whatever you would need to run your server in just C. We create our own HTTP packet handshakes. We did all of this, and it was running. We even did a Discord bot in C, so that when the server is running and we need the admins on Discord to give people keys to play the multiplayer game, the Discord bot runs in C. It just communicates with the Discord API. And so our Discord bot, when I have it turned on, would allow people to play the game, multiplayer style. Doing it this way, we proved that even with something as plain as C, if you want to call it plain, we could get a multiplayer server managed by Discord, and people could play against each other using the WebAssembly code that we're compiling anyways for all browsers right here, embedded it as one single HTML file, because in the HTML file, we base 64 encode the WASM, and we base 64 encode all the assets. And we're going to we're going to just embed the translation strings as well, which I've extracted out of here, so that you can create your own translations for it. So you could mod the entire game however you want. You don't have to touch any of the C code. None of it. Zero touching of the C code. No touching of C code. You can mod the game however the hell you want. You can create translations, whichever translation you want. You can choose your own assets. You can do all of it. If you want to take it and re-render it in another platform, you can absolutely do that. You do not need to touch any of this C code. If you want the multiplayer server, we have it all in plain C. Then I went over to Bun because Bun gave me some niceties, and I was playing around with it. I was playing around with like, what could we achieve in Bun in a very short amount of time that we would then force ourselves to bring back to C. And with Bun, they have a tiny CC compiler, which is like an alternative to Clang. And it compiles the C code for the game state, and then it ships off the game state via HTMX to all the players. So we got the multiplayer up to that point. I fought for a while with some of the game mechanics. The game mechanics were a little bit annoying. The reason why, I don't know if I have a good example. even though, let me see if I can find it. One sec. Let me catch up on chat. Managed by Discord. What I mean is that there's a Discord bot. If you join Discord and I turn on the multiplayer server, there's a bot. You have to be given a role by one of the mods on Discord, and then you get access to a bot. And the bot gives you a special key, URL and key that's just for you. Nobody else can see it. And when you go there, it takes you to the static GitHub page here. It's hard to see the URL probably on screen, but this is a static GitHub URL page. spiridonfl.github.io/uwnh-remake. Okay, because it's just one HTML file with WASM inside and all the assets inside and all the animations running inside. It's one HTML file. It requires 0 server. So you're going to get, the bot will give you a link that takes you here, and it's got the special stuff at the end that's a special key. And it identifies you on the server as this Discord player or whatever. And then you can have a battle against the other players. And that's all in C. The Discord bot is all in C. Okay, let me see if I can find the what I had for the stupid game state manager. Let's see if this shows it. Yeah, okay. This is what I had. Okay, so this is something we learned by keeping things simple. As a result of sticking to the principles of the project, we learned a whole bunch of stuff. One of the things we learned, for as an example, is that the WebAssembly does not need to care about what is being rendered on screen. The whole time that I've been building the WebAssembly, up until recently, I have been caring about the state of the UI inside of WebAssembly. But I never thought to consider what that means when the UI state is decoupled from here. I always had that intention. It's actually one of the principles is that the WebAssembly shouldn't care about the UI. And somehow this got missed in the scenes. So I have a dialogue scene, and I literally have to tell the UI what state of the scene I'm in, including that I'm waiting for the UI to make a choice. And more complicated scenes like the battle mechanics, they're a nested if-else switch case, like 10 layers deep of scene states. It's really bad. But I just never clued into me that I'm caring too much about the UI. So when I started doing animations and trying to build out the world, because we got through all of our major hurdles, I'm looking at my scenes and going, there's a problem here. It's going to be really annoying to create these scenes, especially if I want to take this C code, I don't know, put it in Odin, import it in Odin, and then run like Raylib or something, and then do a desktop version of this game, right? Like, this is going to be stupid annoying because then I have to worry about the scene states. And finally, I clued in. I don't have to worry about that. These are my scenes now. They're like 1 or 2 layers deep, except for when I'm doing calculations on, battle mechanics. That's it. And the reason is because all WebAssembly has to do is tell you where it's at and then just listen for inputs. And it doesn't matter what the input is. If the input doesn't match what WebAssembly is expecting, it'll just tell you no. It's completely up to you on the rendering side to decide how you want to deal with that. You'll get an error message. You can map that to like a little pop-up. You can ignore it. You can build your scene entirely differently. As long as you pass in the functions to the scene that make the scene run correctly, you could pass in any function you want. WebAssembly does not care. It only cares about its current state and whether the function is allowed for the current state. That greatly simplified the scenes. So that's just one example of something that's so simple, yet got so out of hand with all the nested crap. But these are the kinds of problems and solutions that I don't think are as easily discovered and reasoned about in a principled way so that you can learn something from it and then take it to the rest of your, let's say, career, or take it to other programming paradigms. So even if you want to use Go or Zig or Odin or whatever, the stuff that I think we've learned by doing this approach with the browser, with the scene being rewritten, the entire HTML being rewritten every single frame. We literally just do a viewport outer HTML replace with one big string every frame. Vanilla like all of this stuff that we've done has helped us to learn so much. And these are the kinds of problems that are not as easily faced when you're working within the abstraction land. When you pull in the library, the framework, the language, and you allow it to take over and tell you how you should do something. Was this annoying? Yeah. Did we have to reinvent a few wheels? 100%. Did we learn a whole bunch of crap? Yes, we did. And is that stuff going to carry over to the way that we program in the future? I know for me it will, and I think for others it will too. So that's kind of the history of why I started in Zig, went to Odin, and now I'm down in C. Now, if you give me a minute, I'm going to talk about what we're going to work on next and a little bit of the future of the game, because I think we're at a threshold now. I'll explain it in 1 second. What happens when the pool of states are in WASM? Nothing. Imagine that WASM lives as a memory. No, here. Imagine that WASM lives exactly the same way that this would live. It's exactly the same. You could even be very, like, you could use a typed array. It's the same. It's a buffer. It's all the same. Okay, 1 sec. Let me clear my throat off screen, off camera. And I'm going to talk about what we're doing next and the future of the game. So the upside to WASM, Team Jet Poop, is computational operations will run a bit faster in WASM. And you can do SIMD, which is kind of like if you imagine you have two arrays and you want to do some kind of like +1 operation on each element of both arrays at the same time. Normally you'd have to do it one at a time, right? You'd have to go through the first array +1 +1 +1, the second array +1 +1 +1. With SIMD, SIMD, you can do both arrays at the same time and +1 the whole thing on both arrays. So there are some benefits to using WebAssembly, although you could pretty much get away with using JavaScript arrays, especially typed arrays, like if you're specific, like uint32 and whatever. You can get away with getting pretty close to the same. There are some other benefits like WebAssembly. Well, you can share your WebAssembly code across like I don't know. I don't know. Threads. That's what I was thinking of. Threads. Right. So you could share your WebAssembly across multiple threads and stuff. Do you have 3 nostrils? Damn. Thanks, Laugh. Okay. Appreciate it, Laugh. What are we going to be doing now? And what's the future? Um, the threaded part of WASM. It's not threaded WASM. It's threads, worker threads on the browser, and then you can share multiple worker threads on the browser and have a shared memory pool that WASM can access. It's annoying. It's annoying to set up, but you can do it. You can do it with vanilla JavaScript. So just, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. But I got to think about this, what we're doing now and where we're going. Okay. What we're going to do next. At this point, we're gonna tackle a few minor things so that we can add a bit of polish to the game. So as an example, we've got animations running. So there are some animations that we still have to finish. So for example, in the battle, when I go and fire a cannon and I pick a target and I confirm it, there's a cannon that's supposed to fire, but the animation's not happening. We'll just fix up those things. We already have like health things. Maybe we want to fix up some of the UI. I'm really not an artistic person, so this sucks, but it is what it is. We could try like, a few minor things. There's also some world building we have to do. I only have 2 worlds. One is the battle world. The other is Athens. With Athens, an example of something I could do, I could go get my layers. I can say, let's go with, let's pick layer 1, and then I'm going to pull the value for it. I don't even know if this is going to work. It probably won't. Let's try this. What if I set the value? Yeah, I probably broke it with my animation update. What, 2? Yeah. Okay, this was working before, so we can fix that. Essentially, I have a way to like build out worlds. I have a bunch of assets that someone on Twitch chat has provided, which is great. Hey, Joe Rude One, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. So we'll work on cleaning a few of these things up. Longer term, yeah, Golang and WASM, I don't know about that. Okay. Longer term, the game is going to have to be focused a lot more on story. Okay, so I'm going to be adding some story. I'm going to be creating worlds. So ports, the overworld, kind of like in the original game. I'm actually super excited to be here. I genuinely am. This is extremely exciting. I have never been this close to building this game, and 12-year-old me is like, this is exciting. So we're going to build the overworld. You're going to be able to sail around. I already have, let me just make sure I can show it here. Yeah, I already have stats of like, here's some player stats, which we already have some arbitrary stats. There's an inventory system. We already have that. There's the fleets where you have ships that belong as part of your fleet. Already have that. We iterate over the fleets and we show their names and their stats. We already have that. Yeah, the UI sucks. Of course it does, because I'm not a UI guy. But I can go here. I can like, oh, that's the wrong place. I think it's, here we go. No, not this one. That's the bank. Yeah, here we go. This one. I can buy items. Oh man, we have to fix the animations. Anyways, this is working, but I broke it with the animations. We'll fix the animations. So anyways, you can buy the items. They'll show up on your inventory list. All your ships will. You can buy ships. All of that stuff is ready to go. We have to build out a few scenes. That's another thing we got to do, but it's going to be so much nicer. I feel way better about the scenes. We've got a shipyard scene where you have to like pick the type of ship you want to build, or like a used ship. It's going to have some stats in it. You're going to have to pick like your capacity. So how much of the capacity of the ship are you going to assign to cargo space, to crew beds, and to cannons that you can fire. Things like this. Like this is all ready to go. We just have to build out the scenes, and they're going to be much simpler to build since I'm not being stupid about the scenes anymore. We're going to have a blacksmith. We're going to have an innkeeper. We need to do like a day-night system. We're going to have goods. I already have some goods in the game, like 3 or something. Nothing too fancy, but they have a bit of like a few stats in them. We're going to have guilds with quests. We've got a little cafe. You can have a little romance with a waitress. So the game kind of takes place like 16th-ish century, right? So, you can maybe flirt with a waitress and tell her about things like you've discovered as part of your explorations. If there's a captain of a fleet, you can try and like poach the captain to join your fleet. Things like this. Like, we're ready to start building these things pretty much right now. So animations, actual scenes, some story, some stat stuff. It's all here. The multiplayer is going to get updated. I had a recent discussion with Delaney from Datastar. If you don't know what Datastar is, it's kind of like HTMX, but with reactivity built on top of it. In short, I might be butchering it, but yeah. So I talked to him about his library called Datastar. And he made me realize something. For any website, I'm making a bold proclamation claim right this second. There are literally 0 websites, at least modern, in modern hardware, modern browsers, modern everything. At least modern, if not less than modern. There are 0 websites that require any library, framework, or language beyond what naturally is used in the browser, such as vanilla JS, CSS, HTML, in order to get reactive pages. I think I have come up with a way to prove this with this game. The idea being that the server is going to regenerate the entire state of the scene, just like we do locally right now, but it's going to generate it for each client based on their perspective in the multiplayer game. Let me pause the animations here. So this viewport is going to come in from the server based on who you are and what you should see. We're not going to use HTMX. We're not going to use React. We're not going to use Datastar. We're going to use nothing. We are literally going to do what the browser does absolute best. which is ship an entire portion of HTML as a string to the browser and swap it out one element to one element. Now, if you're a web developer, a front-end web developer, you might be asking questions like, well, what if I lose my place in the scrolling position? What if I'm playing a video and I lose my place, or an animation and I lose my place? I think I have come up with a way to overcome that with a plain old web component that is very simple, and it will keep everything intact for you. So I'm pretty sure, if I'm right, this game is going to be the proof that you can create fully reactive, dynamic front-end clients run by the server, which I will then expand into things like form submissions, which I'm going to prove here. We're going to have forms. That's right. There are going to be forms here, and you're going to have to submit something. Something's going to have to happen. You're on the client side. The client has to tell the server, I did something, and the server is going to say, okay, let me tell you and or everyone else the updated state of what I want you to see. We're going to resolve all of that on this game, and I think I'm going to prove that everybody who uses anything but the natural language of the browser does not need to, or at bare minimum is overcomplicating something that is actually much simpler. 4,000 lines, oof, yeah, pickled pokute, but it's a single file header library. I know it's 4,000 lines, but one of the other things that we were kind of trying to question here is, do you need to have a bunch of different files broken up and then merged into a single file to compile and execute? Because that's what most people think. And I didn't really know the answer, so I thought, well, why don't I just try one single file to do the entire game state and just see how far I make it. And with 4,000 lines, yeah, it's 4,000 lines, but it's a single file header library. And when I run my server in C, or my Discord bot in C, or whatever I try to run in C, I just have to import one header file, and all those 4,000 lines immediately work for me. So it actually has turned out to have a benefit. Are you angry at HTMX? I'm not angry at HTMX. No. As a matter of fact, I really like using HTMX. I think HTMX is one of the few libraries that kind of leans programmers towards the, am I overcomplicating things more than I should be? That's what a good framework should do. A good framework should actually make you ask the question, do you even need me here? That's what a good framework does. That's what HTMX does. In my personal opinion, I think that's what HTMX does. Do you even need me here? And the answer to that question for the game has ended up leading all the things we've learned by being principled about what we're doing with the game, sticking to our principles, even though it means, tough stuff and having to deal with annoying things. It has led to, well, maybe you actually don't need HTMX. What would that look like? How could you achieve all of the stuff that I'm talking about, including a very dynamic game on the browser? How are you going to achieve that without HTMX? I think I've got it. And so that's the more long-term future. I think I've come up with a way. Let me throw out some rhetoric. I think I have come up with a way to kill React. Thanks, Team Jet. I appreciate it. Me with my Flask Ninja 2 templates a decade ago, yeah. I think there's a way to kill React with this game. I think I've figured it out. Which one is more important, proving points about development or game development? I'm going to be honest, the overlap is huge. If you can prove a point about game development, you can probably prove a point about development in general. And I think there's even more overlap the other way. If you can prove a point about development, then the overlap to game development is probably huge. So I don't find them mutually exclusive. I find the overlap Like in some cases they are, for sure. Like yes. Um but I think in a lot of cases, maybe most cases, the overlap exists. And even if it doesn't, even if they were almost completely mutually exclusive, I am kind of doing both at the same time. Because again, there is no reason why a website should take forever to load or run or do certain operations when you can make a game run this performant on a website. You just have to be creative about how you approach the problems. But unfortunately, the paradigms, frameworks, libraries, languages that say, no, don't be creative, just do what we tell you to do, you'll be fine, they don't allow for that creativity. Okay. Sorry, let me rephrase. Game development or proving points about game development. Can you know what, Pickled? Can you rephrase one more time? I'm not, I'm completely honest. This is on me. I found your rephrase more confusing than the original question. Help me out, brother. Can you try rephrasing it just one more time? What's up, Shreyas? Good to see you, man. Similar to mobile because most grandmas in Florida play Jules Mahjong. Don't know anything about updating apps. Yeah. Do you think developing a game is more important than finding a refined way to develop a game? Oh, okay. A refined way to develop a game. Um, good, pickled. Good question. Hang on though. Hang on. I think I have a. I think I have an answer. The answer is practically the same. Um, can I ask a clarifying question, Pickled? This is a really good question, man. Spiro's proving you don't. I mean, yeah. Okay, let me clarifying question, Pickled. Um, would your question uh let's okay, yeah, I got it. I got it. Let's say that you had um one game. It's just one game. It's the same game no matter which approach you take, yeah? So no matter what you do, you've got one game. However, approach A is just you just went and just tried to do it. And you got to the end and you got a game. Approach B is that you took a refined approach. The refined approach would be something like, well, I learned a bunch of stuff from like this, that, or the other, and I used it within the game that I built, and then I ended up with like the game. Exclude quality of game for a moment. Is this what you're asking? Is it the difference between uh I just went and did a game versus I applied some kind of like refinements of things I've learned into the game? Or does it necessarily lead to like one game becomes better than the other? I need to clarify that with you. The issue is people are putting out slop that takes an absurd amount of resources. It does, yes. That yeah, and I think I've proven it with the academic studies that we're essentially doing ourselves a disservice, like globally. DeepSeek proved it, by the way. And let me tell you something. If you think DeepSeek open sourced publicly for free the best of the best AI that they have, I have a bridge to sell you. Nation state actors like China are laughing at us while we use these stupid, wasteful systems. They love it when we do it. Didn't it just suck up OpenAI for training data? But in terms, go read the white paper, Shreyas. You would actually read the white paper. Just go read the white paper. Because you'll actually read it and probably understand a lot of it. So that's what I would recommend. Yeah, you should read it. And let me tell you, again, I just want to say, if you think China open sourced the best and brightest of their AI for free to undermine North American AI, I do have a bridge to sell you. They are also proof that we are extremely wasteful here, and we are ripe for being knocked out of the entire game. Okay, so Pickled says, yeah, mostly. It's a question I often ask game developers to make them take a new look at how they do their game development and to consciously realize both their actual goals and whether their methods and approach work for the end goal. Okay. I really hate, I'm honestly not trying to avoid the question. I just want to, I'm asking clarifying questions so that I can properly answer you. So I really hope this doesn't come across as me not answering or trying to avoid the question. I'm not. When you say end goal, do you mean like the end goal of the game? Like these are the things that I want the game to be able to do, like mechanics and story and things like that? Is that what you mean? Because I want to answer the question because I think it's a good question, right? So I just want to get clarified on what he's what he's hinting at. Make sure I answer it properly. Okay. Just in the meantime, let me just go back here. I'll just wait for a second for Pickle to answer. And then I'm going to, I think that last bit about having a React killer in this game is probably where I'm going to end. Where I'm going to end the video that I want to make out of this, which is kind of like an overview video. I'm not sure if there's anything else I've missed in the overview of how we got here that it's important. But the reason why I think that this is an important threshold right now, I genuinely feel like the big stuff is behind us. I think we're past the pull your hair out, frustrating, how are we going to solve this, that, or the other. The animations are working, the mechanics are working, even the complicated battle mechanics are working. We have all our data mechanisms working. We have a way to port the game into a variety of different avenues, whether it's multiplayer server or desktop or mobile or whatever. We've got translation sorted out. We've got assets sorted out. We even have modding if we wanted sorted out. We have single file HTML. We've got a single file header library. I mean, we've solved a lot of actually like really big, like what the hell are you doing problems, and we figured them out. So I genuinely think we've crossed a Rubicon of some kind, and we're ready to clean a few things up and then get into some of the more fun aspects of the game. And so I thought it was worth it for me to like on stream talk about the state of the game and then kind of slice it up whenever I get the freaking time. I have no editor, so I have to do this all myself. Slice it up and turn it into like an overview video on YouTube. I think a lot of people would benefit from hearing like why I went from, Zig to Odin to C and what we learned and, all that good stuff. Yeah, I think it's a good place to be. I'm happy with it. Okay, let's see. No, I mean, hang on. I built a desktop UI framework that does 10K FPS on an 8-year-old CPU. Shreyas, that's awesome, man. I do have a little bit of syntax highlighting. Yes. I do. I don't know how long that's going to stay because it's already breaking my brain, Shreyas. I'll try and keep it on because I know people complain about it. I feel really bad. I mean, whether they want to make a game or get good at making games, they overlap, but it's prioritized. And what's readily sacrificed, that's different. Okay, Pickled. I get it. Not you. This has been fantastic. I didn't realize how deep this goes. I tuned in because I was curious about Zig. Thanks for being here for like a year, not you. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate all the support. One more time, I just want to make it clear. If you guys like what I'm saying and you want me to publicly just call these things out, try and make some logical arguments, I'm not kidding, I have spent months of my own time going over academic studies, scientific studies on programming paradigms, statistical long-term studies on whether one thing is better than the other, things like that, and then reviewing them on stream, and they're all free on my live YouTube on the live tab. I have them all there. I just have to slice them up into proper videos, which I've started working on. I'm willing to go do that, even though it's boring, because I don't think anybody else does. I don't think anybody else sticks to these principles. I don't think anybody else asks these questions or has these conversations or is willing to go out and call people out on the things that they're using and why, and say what the heck are you doing? Prove to me objectively that this is a better way to do what you're doing. And then on top of that, at the exact same time, building a game to counter prove it. So just one more time, if you like what I'm saying and you agree with it and you want me to do more of it, I don't need your money. Just the reach of the likes and the algorithm and the follows and the reshares and all of that helps expand the reach, and I'm happy to just keep doing it. Okay, so Pickled. There is a difference between making a game or getting good at making games, right? Let me, not only do I agree with you, but I think I know what question you're asking. You'll contribute when you can. Once I'm no problem, not you. It's all good. No, there's zero pressure for money. None at all. That's not the most important thing here, okay? I'm not doing this to make a bunch of money. And even if I did, what the hell money would I make anyway? So it doesn't even make sense. So yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, let me focus on Pickle. So I'm ignoring everyone else. So Pickle, there is a difference between making a game or making a good game. Laughley and I have talked offline on our Discord about the concept of having a AAA studio. Imagine this, Pickled. Imagine if a AAA studio, a AAA video game studio, yeah? So they build something like... Can anybody shoot me I don't know why I'm blanking out on this. I'm getting over a cold, so my brain's in a bit of in a fog. Somebody shoot me a AAA video game that they would consider AAA. Frig. Help? Crap, I need help, guys. Shoot me a AAA video game, please. I need help. GTA? Alright. Gears of War? There you go. Modern Warfare? Yeah. Alright, okay. COD? Yeah, alright, okay. Okay. Cyberpunk? Yeah. Okay, you guys are spot on. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's take any one of those, yeah? Any one of those could be considered GTA. Sure, GTA, why not? Why not, Trace? I mean, GTA is AAA, yeah. Whatever you would consider AAA, but GTA could be one. Gears of War, more Call of Duty, Red Dead Redemption. I just popped in to my head. Fine, Shreyas, if you think it's not AAA, then argue with Laugh about that. So take your AAA game, like let's say Gears of War, yeah, Pickled? And you take the people who did Gears of War. And so Laughfully is the one who said AAA. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Pickled, Laughfully is the one who said GTA. So Laughfully and I have discussed this. Imagine you take the creators of Gears of War and you force them. You have a magic button in a hypothetical scenario and you force them to create, one sec. Where is it? Here. You force them to create a 2D, maybe 2.5D, retro-inspired video game. Imagine if they all were forced to do at least one of these. For even just one. Ideally, one per AAA game that they push out. So imagine that, Pickles, right? So the reason why I bring this up, Pickled, is that there is a difference between just making a game and learning how to make a game. Because learning how to make a game is loaded language. Just make a game is also loaded language. Loaded how? Because it smuggles in an assumption. The smuggling of the assumption is the assumption that if you just make a game, it almost doesn't matter whether it's fast, whether it's even got good mechanics or a good story, or it's got good code. Whatever the quality of the code is, doesn't matter, things like that, right? So when you say just make a game, there's like a smuggled assumption. Whereas when you talk about refined games, there's also a smuggled in assumption, which is you've really thought about the end goal of the game and how everything you're doing kind of leads to that. Maybe not to the degree that we've been doing on this stream, but something along those lines. If you can agree that that's the difference between just making a game and refining the game making process, my argument would be the hard stance. Refinement of the game making process is far more important than the game you make. Why do I say that? Because I can see both sides of the coin here. I can see the counter argument, which is like, well, how would you get anything done? You're going to take forever to make a game. If you are trying to accomplish something that's like, a complicated game, good luck getting that out the door when you're just like agonizing over every little detail in your code. I understand the counter argument. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put in some context that I think deviates from your question a bit. The only reason why I say that refinement of the process of making the game and getting to that end goal is more important is because if you just accept that not all the games that you try to make will reach their end goal, the process of trying to get yourself refined to that end goal anyways is going to make you far more adept, capable, adaptable, dynamic, performant. All of these things are going to play in when you finally get to that game that might actually be simple in its completion, but you did it in such a particularly what would be a good word for it? You did it in such a particularly refined way, to steal your word, that the game comes out much better than it would have been if you didn't put that effort in to begin with. Which takes me back to that argument that hypothetical scenario that Laffoli and I have talked about. Imagine if these AAA game studios who produce AAA games, quote unquote, because I don't think all of them are AAAs, Imagine if they were forced to focus on simpler games, 2D, 2.5D, simpler mechanics, all of the above, etc., but they had to put in the same amount of team level and resources and effort and all of that into the simpler modes. I think the outcome would be that they would come out of that with a pretty cool game, and on top of that, a more refined understanding of how they should build future games moving forward. So if you're gonna like kind of like force me to answer, I would say that understanding how you get from point A to point B is more important than getting from point A to point B. You're fighting the limitations of the platform than writing fun. Okay, so Team Jet, this is true. I actually 100% agree. So let's say like NES or Super Nintendo. Even for a game like this, the one that I love. Pickled, I'm gonna look at your response in just a sec, okay, Pickled? Look at this guy, right? So I'm pretty sure these guys had to fight with the limitations of the Super Nintendo hardware as they built this complicated game. You know, Koei, Koei, Koei had to figure this out. Yeah, okay. So was that fun? No. As a matter of fact, I'm going to steel man your position, Team Jet. Has it been fun to figure out why the hell CSS calculations were not performant when I triggered 3D mode on this? No, that wasn't fun. That took me like 3 days, 3 solid days while I was sick and helping out my family to figure out why CSS calcs were making 3D slow. I finally got there. Okay, so to steel man your position, I get it. However, to counter your position, it enforced a level of creativity that current hardware does not enforce, and that current libraries, frameworks, and languages do not enforce, generally. And that creativity is, one, something that AI cannot compete with, and two, something that you have to learn by doing. And most programmers are capable of this, but they're neutered to not be able to execute on this. Okay, so Pickled. I don't think there's a right answer to that question, but it's a question that everyone should be able to answer for themselves. That's why I asked which one it was for you. I feel like a lot of people can't answer it well. So real talk, Pickled, like just you get a completely free pass. People come on here and criticize me all the time. I have a policy of no blocking, or no banning or anything like that, unless you're really out there. Did I answer it well? Or do you think I could have answered it better? Real talk, because I'm open to criticism on the answer to that, how I answered that question. And part of the reason why I'm asking you this is because like I said earlier, several times now, I don't see anybody else talking about these things, and I'm kind of putting myself out there, even though I really don't want to have these arguments. I'm trying to make logical, objective arguments about why these things matter. And if I haven't answered it well, I do truly need to know that, because then it means that I need to refine the argument so that I can be more persuasive. So, Pickled, call me out if you didn't find that like a good answer. That's one of the big draws for Fantasy Console. Yeah, that's right. I agree. Are you interviewing Sphere? It's okay. It's fine. This is the thing. It's like part of the title of the stream is call-in. This is kind of semi-call-in. I don't mind if people want to hop on Discord and talk to me and talk about these topics. I actually encourage it. I think we need to do more of it. Or you just want to argue with me, like you just completely disagree with my take. Come argue with me. The point is to have these discussions. I don't care if you argue with me. I actually do care if you argue with me. I want you to argue with me in a way. I want you to present your position, right? You did answer it after a while. Yeah, fair. Okay, called out. Pickled called me out. I did answer it after a while. I did take my time to answer it. I hope I did okay. I wanted to be clear about the question, I guess. So calling me out. Fair enough, man. Why I did question, because you did seem to obviously have multiple motives for game development. Okay, Pickled, you're absolutely right and fair. I still do have I have two motives, yeah? One motive is the point of this stream, which is the principles of what I'm doing. So if you just exclude my goals for the game I'm making, if you just exclude all my goals for this guy and all this stuff, just exclude the end goals, there is still an ultimate goal of this stream and like me live streaming all this and creating videos and talking about this is to show that even if you're principally constrained, you can accomplish an incredible amount with very little, and it doesn't take a lot of brains. Dumb high school dropout can do it. This guy. That means you can do it, right? That's kind of the principle. So that's the ultimately that's the goal. I do think I can have my cake and eat it too. I do think I can get the end goal of my game and still accomplish the goal of the principles of what I'm doing. Hopefully that makes sense. Can I argue pro React? Sure, you could argue pro React. Yeah, absolutely. That question isn't an easy one to understand. I think, you know what? It doesn't matter, Pickled. You were willing to answer clarifying questions. That's great. So hopefully I answered it properly and I understood what you were asking and I gave you a proper answer. And you were willing to let me, clarify with you. I appreciate that. I will stand by the fact that the original answer to the misinterpreted question answers the actual question. I think you guys are right. Like you and Laughley, I think you guys are right. I think you called it before I before I answered the question. At first it might have been confusing. I agree. It was confusing to me, but I didn't want to just like, I want to be fair to Pickled, right? Because I think he came and asked like a serious question, and just because I'm confused about his question doesn't mean that he doesn't get a proper answer, right? That's all. That's it, right? So I'm glad he was willing to roll with it and answered the clarifying questions, and hopefully he got my take on that, and it was not the worst answer he's heard, right? That's all. But I think you guys kind of like understood, and it definitely you guys, were ahead of the game. I just didn't want to take anything for granted with Pickled. Yeah, you would never. Yeah, but Treyas, you have come on stream and defended React before, brother. What's this turnaround? What's this betrayal of React, Treyas? Do I need to call up the React overlords and tell them that Treyas has betrayed them? Typical statement is why not use X instead without the limitations? Right. Being dropped out from high school could be the best thing that happened to you. I have talked to current high school teachers, and 9 out of 9 doesn't know modern evidence-based learning insights discovered by cognitive science and psychologists observing learners under the MRI microscope. You know what? Team Jet, I'm going to agree with you, and I do agree with you. Like, I actually do agree with you. I think education vastly underserves people. However, let's say I'm wrong. And let's say you're wrong, okay? Let's just take a bunch of this out. Even if you have missed out on high school education, post-secondary education, etc., etc., I want you to answer the question in your own head. This question: how did people discover anything or learn anything before schooling was even invented? That's it. Getting bad education means, yes, that's right. Yeah. And I know people who have had bad education and they complain about it to this day. Acorn 101 makes her Fruity game engine as solo dev in React. He has Kubernetes, bloated, but she has velocity and it works well. Yeah, so these things, these things can work well. Like if you watch, there's somebody called the Dev Dad, I think, on Twitch. He has done TypeScript and he's taken it pretty far. Lots of people have taken React really far. Kubernetes has gone really far. The question isn't whether you can take these things far. The question is, do you need them in the first place to get to the same place? React has some good things, yeah, but I would not defend people using React, yeah. DevDad mentioned mods, so DevDad, yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me clear up a few things. I have spent 4 hours and 18 minutes pretty much talking straight and not doing any code at all. I haven't done any code. Not even gonna give him a shout out. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, DevDad is awesome. I do like DevDad. I don't think I got that right. Crap. I gave the wrong shout out. Okay, I'll figure it out and I'll give him the right shout out later. Yeah, DevDad is a good guy to follow. A good family man, and he takes TypeScript really far with the stuff he does. He's awesome. I completely botched that shout out. Anyway, it pickled. Having done JS for almost 20 years, I think I've already gone through the growing pains. I'm ready to take almost any shortcut possible. So Pickled, I would say that unfortunately, you know what, Pickled, let me just here. Crap. Here. I don't know why this showed up here. I also don't know why this showed up here. Damn it. Hacked. It's just Discord. No, I'm not rating. Pickled. Shortcuts are not necessarily bad. Plenty of people take shortcuts in life, and they lead to good things. There isn't a particular reason why you like, there isn't like some kind of like standardized reason above all else that you should or should not take a shortcut, yeah? I will say that in the current landscape of tech, we need people not taking shortcuts right now. We need people who are willing to argue for the non-shortcut methods in order to get us to shortcuts that are actually beneficial, because the current shortcuts we have are not beneficial. And if you want to argue about like JavaScript not being great, I completely agree with you. I think JavaScript is like, it's not a great language. But there are things that we have done as programmers that have moved JavaScript along to becoming a better language than it was. For example, we had jQuery, and as a result of jQuery in like early 2010s, I guess, maybe late 2000s, we got document.querySelector_all, which was like a nice added thing that we take for granted these days on the browser that just is accessible to us all the time. We can move forward bad things so that they're better. Right now, we're in a cycle where bad things just perpetuate more bad things. And the last thing that we need is to be using the bad shortcuts to perpetuate more bad shortcuts. We have to stop, essentially. We have to stop. Not in all cases. So that's all I would say. I'm not like, arguing against you taking any shortcuts, and I understand why, and JavaScript isn't like the most like, yeah, it has it totally has stupid things. Come on. Like, what are we talking about here? It totally does. But we're in a place where we don't talk about that. We talk about the abstractions and all the stuff that's like making it even worse. Yeah, no problem, Byfast. No problem, man. Wish you a great broadcast. Have to rage quit. Too few pools and swimming. I'll send you over my my pool water, Team Jet. Thanks for being here, Team Jet. Have a good night, man. You can definitely write better JS. Like, you can write good or horrible C++. You can, yes. It's just that there are certain things that the language locks you into. Like, I can't think of a good example in JS land right now, but there are certain things in JS land where it's like you kind of have to do things a particular way in order to make JS happy about what it's doing, like doing like member comparisons against strings or something like that. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, okay? I fully realize that might be a bad example. Um, but you're still right. Like if you just care about what you're doing, like we have been, right? Like we have been. We care about the code that we're trying to produce here, including our vanilla JavaScript code, including this kind of code. This is vanilla JavaScript. No, sorry, it's not vanilla JavaScript. I'm sorry, this code. A lot of this code, not the best code. I'm calling this get element by ID for the same element over and over again. I could just like hoist it up to a common place and reference it so that I don't have to recall it, right? These are like agonizingly painstaking things that you do have to care about in JavaScript land that just aren't like automatically shortcutted out for you. So even in particular languages where you have niceties and whatnot, there are still some things you have to contend with, and the shortcuts can be nice. But again, I'm just saying that in the current landscape of the tech industry, we have too many shortcuts, and a vast majority of them only perpetuate the most stupid, idiotic paradigms that we could have dreamed of. Maybe not even could have dreamed of. It probably could be worse, and I don't want to see it getting worse. And I think we just need to avoid the shortcuts for a while and make the arguments for why the shortcuts are bad and the non-shortcuts are better, and how you could make the non-shortcuts even better. If that makes sense. Anyways, that's my stance. How about that? Okay. Um so I think I think I've got enough content to cover kind of like a video that I want to create on my YouTube VODs. Um to go over the state of the game, how we got here, some of the things we've learned. Um I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we've essentially learned that we should cover, but nothing pops to mind. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna get going on some animations here on stream. We'll fix some animations on the battle mechanics. The battle mechanics are all there, so we'll get some of the animations going so that the battle mechanics start working. I really hate the colors. This is just so stupid, but I'm really not artistic. Laughing Panda on Twitch is helping me with assets, and he's got me this far. Like the ships and stuff he did himself, they look great. I really like them. But like beyond that, I'm just done. Okay, so give me a minute. I'm gonna come back. We're gonna get cannonballs firing. I think that's the next thing I need to do. We'll get some cannonballs, some D's nuts shooting out, right? To quote Prime. We'll get some D's nuts out the door. And yeah, there we go. And then yeah, I won't be but like 10 seconds, I think. Hang on. Okay. Can we get these cannonballs firing? Let's see if we can. So the problem here, um, the problem with firing cannonballs as part of the battle mechanics, let me just refresh and just get a fresh start, is that I have to store the original coordinates wherever it is I'm firing from, and then the intended coordinates. To that end, I believe that I already have a bunch of stuff. What I'm doing is I'm essentially running the animations through JavaScript. And I move them by absolute positioning them over top of the game. Let's go. Yeah, intended canon. Yes. So this is the animation. It creates a new div element that's short-lived, and it absolute positions it over top of the game, and then it moves it across the across, like, from a starting point to an end point. Yeah. I think my initial problem is that I'm not even actually putting this animation into the list of animations that need to happen when you confirm the attack. So, animate ocean battle cannon. I gotta think about this. So I am at here. I'm adding it, but does that mean that it's actually getting? Okay, where is this function called? It's called when the NPC takes their turn, and then it's also called when you say confirm cannons. Okay. Well, where is this element being added to? It's added to the body. There should be no reason. There should be no reason why we shouldn't be able to find this somewhere in here. So if I load Athens, I initiate a battle. I want to fire my cannons. I pick this guy, and then I confirm. And yeah, there it is. Okay, so something's up. Let's see. Okay, I've got an idea. I have a way to pause the animations, so why don't I just do the exact same thing? I will fire the cannons. I'll pause. No, I need to confirm. Confirm. Okay, so here we go. So what is the problem? Is it z-index? No. Oh, I know what the problem is. I have failed to inline style the, yeah. You blame me for the ads? Yeah. You should blame me for the ads. It is my fault, isn't it? It absolutely is my fault. Okay, so background image needs to be Atlas image, and background size needs to be whatever the size is. If I could spell. Is this it? I guess so. So go background size. Yes. At some point I'm gonna have to take these magic numbers out. Remove magic numbers. on BG Atlas size. Atlas is all the assets that like render our ocean and all the animations and all that. Okay, so hopefully we can see a cannonball slowly hitting. See if I got this right. First try, right? First try. Ha! I mean, it's a piece of land, but I'll take it. It's just a piece of land, but I'll take it. It's not a cannonball. It's a piece of land. But I'll take it. Let me see. Oh, you know what? I have this fancy new tool. I can figure out what's going on. So I can literally take this and then... Okay, here we go. So what we're going to do is we'll go like this. This is a previewer of the entire atlas. So I can just scroll through and just get the coordinates that I want without any guesswork. Okay, 17 and 2. All right, so I guess I would have to go 17 times tile size scaled, and then 2 times tile size scaled. That's X and Y. Oh crap, no. Okay, fire the cannons, pick the target, confirm. Crap! Let me try this again. What happened? Fire the cannons. Confirm pause. What's going on here? So we have background image. We have background position. We have a width and a height. Do we have background? We have background size. Oh, it would break because I can't put, yeah. My CSS was bad, okay? All right, look, even god tier programmers like myself. Crap. Still didn't work. Crap. I'm not god tier yet. Yeah, background size, yeah. Top and left. Oh. Yeah, I hate this. Has to be negative spaced on the atlas. Things I've learned along the way, all these little things. I'm going to have to like write a mechanism to make this. God tier programmers like myself. Yeah, Spiro 20. No, if you're going to quote me like that, you have to go Spiro 2025 AD. Okay, Anno Domini. This is the best. There it is. Look at that cannon. Oh, destruction and obliteration. Let's do that again. Fire cannons. Yeah. Confirm. Oh, destruction. Okay, cannon is done. Let's try and do move. Move kind of already works, just a little bit. I can't remember which part doesn't. You can pick a spot. It'll kind of tell you where you're gonna go. You can cancel, and then like kind of go back to it. They move like balloons. Destruction, yeah. So that part of the animation stuff is working great. I think it's mostly just confirm move. So if I go move world NPC two, I believe. No, it's got to be confirm move. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's confirm move. Okay. Yeah, damn, doing the prime thing again. Can't escape him, huh? All right. So, this is what I have to change here. I used to have promises which returned an animation. and I would listen to its resolution. Like the promise is, I promise to do this animation, and you'd either get a pass or a fail. But we're not doing that anymore. So this has to change. Confirm move means that I need to animate the ship to move from its original location to its intended coordinates. That's what I got to do. I have intended. I have valid. So I just have to do like a, what would you call it? Maybe an animate ocean battle move? Do I have that? No. Okay. So I think that's what I want. I want um animate ocean battle move. That's really what I'm looking for here. I give it a type because this what it does, essentially what I'm doing here is I'm adding in a little animation object. It's just a JavaScript object. And every animation frame, I go over all the animations on my animation list, and I determine whether I need to execute an animation for this frame or not. So right now I only have 3, and it's mostly due to selecting an area and also available areas, right? And so these are technically considered animations. They're not really. They're just a way for the viewport to like overlay with the green for available areas, and then overlay the purple and the ship where it's going to go with where you are hopefully going to go, right? So that's why I have these little objects. Render always is for in case I have an animation that I want to run on every frame regardless of what state I'm in, but that's not what's happening here. So I would say that the ocean battle move is actually more like what I'm doing with the cannon here. So I have a starting point, I have current, I have end, I have whether it's been animated, true or false, like complete. I have the current frame over the frame rate. And then I have, do I have move by anywhere? I do have move by. So it's the number of like pixels I'm going to move per frame to get me from point A to point B, right? So I'm going to copy a lot of this cuz essentially it's relevant. And then there's a render function, I believe. Yeah, so there's a reset. So I could copy the reset, and then I could copy the reset and the beginning of render, and then figure it out. We can pseudocode a little bit. So the reset, and when we do the reset, we don't need another tile. We're using the exact same div elements that exist for the NPC we're moving. So we don't need to create a new div element. So this is fine. Render has to be something along the lines of get current world NPC, but it's not just that. It's like get current battle turn order. Whoever's turn it is, they have an NPC in the game. Get the current one. Get their original position XY. The reason why it's the original position is when we do this little clickety click thing where you pick like where you want to go. Here, we literally move the world NPC temporarily. So we store the original coordinates. So we have to reach into that. Which would be, yeah, it's whatever this is right here. We have original coordinates that are part of the scene, and then we have intended coordinates that are also part of the battle. So yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do that. We get the original position, we get the intended position, and then every X frames move NPC over by X, move by something like that. Okay. So to do that, we can copy this. This is the current NPC. We're going to get this guy. What this does, this is a JavaScript class that literally reads into the WASM memory and creates a data view. A data view is a view of the memory in a particular type of like an integer type. So uint32, uint8, etc. The data view gives you the raw representation of that memory space in 32-bit, 16-bit, 8-bit, whatever view you chose. The issue that I was running into earlier was, like earlier this week, which is why I created an extractor for it, is let's say that I have a struct. Like NPC. All it has is ID, type, and name ID. This lives as an array. It's just an array inside. It's like a flat piece of memory inside WebAssembly, but also when compiled to C. This is the exact equivalent of me writing an array that had 3 elements in it. So you could do something like data NPC3, and then you'd go like whatever the ID is, the type is, and the name ID, yeah? So it's exactly the same as this. It's really annoying to get pointers and lengths and stuff like that when you need to reach into WebAssembly memory through JavaScript to determine the nature of a struct. I have an advantage. Most of my structs, over 98% of them, I think it's 98%, they're all just U32s. Eventually I'll scale this down so it uses even less memory. I'll use like U8s or U16s because I don't think we need U32s, but I'll scale it down later. So it's all uniform. It's packed and uniform, which means that the memory that holds the struct, it's just an array of values for that struct, and it's all just one after another. Sometimes if you don't call packed, the compiler will do things like give some padding or spacing depending on what you're doing. So when I ask JavaScript to give me a memory block for what is like an NPC, or in our case that we're doing the animation, a world NPC, it's kind of annoying because I have to do like these repetitive boilerplate things where I go, give me the pointer and give me the length. Let me read into WebAssembly by creating a data view of uint32. And then I have to go and figure out which array indices match to which array struct field member value. That's really annoying. So instead what I did was I used C to extract my structs into, where the heck are they? Into JavaScript classes, which automatically pull the exact pointers and lengths I need and do the arithmetic pointers on the WebAssembly memory and then create the views I need when I need it. And I could even just store these at the global level, which is what I've done with some of the like scenes and NPCs and stuff. They can be stored at the global level because you don't need to repetitively go in. Once you have the view into the memory, you always have it, even if it changes it. So this was just an easy way for me to get my C code to literally generate some JavaScript code that I just use to like not have to write this boilerplate. I think there's a way to remove this, but it's just something that I wanted to call out as something I do here. So at this point, I'm passing in the WebAssembly memory, and I'm passing in an argument for the world NPC that I want to grab, which is the current world NPC that is currently taking their turn in the current ocean battle. The original coordinates are here. Okay, so UI Ocean Battle, that's our scene, and it's got data to the original coordinates. And again, I have the original coordinates because we started off right up here in the top corner, and then when we click move and we just like simulate the move, it's simulated, right? The actual NPC has moved in terms of the game state. So I just, in JavaScript, I just store the original coordinates, so that I can go back, or I can do the confirm move, which is animation, which is what we're doing right now. So that's perfect. And then I get the intended position. The intended position is right here. This reaches into WebAssembly once again, and it stores the intended movement coordinates based on what you've clicked from the available movement coordinates. So first I generate a list of available places you can move, then I let you click, and wherever you click is your intended move. And when you're happy, you're going to click confirm move. And when you do confirm move, what we're going to do is we're going to have to do a rendering mechanism of some kind. So we could just okay, now so now comes the part that I have to think about. I essentially need to grab the div element that renders that ship. Um huh. The div element that renders that ship must be nested inside the viewport. I think that's how I get to it. Let me pause the animation. I go into the viewport. I select my world X, world Y coordinates. I go to the tile element that wraps the whole thing. Then I go inside of it. And I grab, yeah, the NPC layer. Okay, so I think I've got it. So first things first. First thing I gotta do, I need to move yeah, I need to move the world NPC back to its original position. So let's do that. Y. Y. Okay, first things first, that's that. Alright. Next thing I gotta do is go from original position to new position, including move by. So let me go up here. Here, I'll copy a lot of this code. It should be pretty much the same. The only difference is that I want to, instead of doing this div element thing, I want to grab the div element that the NPC is being rendered in. If I've moved it to the original position, then all I should have to do is something along the lines of, I think I have some code down here I could just kind of steal. Doing some kind of like query selector. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is it. This is it. This is the code. I was looking for this. So we take a world position X and a world position Y, and we go and query the DOM with a query selector, and we have data attributes. So we can just do position X and position Y. And then inside of that, we get our ship tile, which is just the div element that holds the NPC. From here, ship tile. I don't need to remove the ship tile. I set it to true. I don't think I need to confirm the cannons here. Something about this is... I might have to do something here. I'm not sure. And then I remove it from the animations array. So I just take the name of this animation. And I remove it. Let's see how far this gets us. Will this even work? It won't work fully because I still have to do like a post move step. Let's see though. I want to move, and I want to move here. Ha. Okay. So that's too far ahead. Ship tile. Render. What is the problem with this? Render ocean battleship. Is it because I'm calling this? No. Oh, yeah. All right. So I need to add the animation in. That's what's going on. Yeah. So with my super cool deep voice, because I was sick. It should be animate ocean battle move. And we take this guy and we check to see if it's already in. If it's not already in, then we add it. Let's see what happens now. First try. Crap. No errors, though. There are 4 animations, which is 1 more than the usual. It looks like I do have the movement animation in here, so that's good. Oh, I know why. Well, why would it render anything if I haven't actually told it to render? I guess I would say render always is true. I could give it a name just to make sure. Ocean battle move, I guess, just to kind of like pick it out from the other ones. If I set always render to true, then hopefully the request animation frame will just do it until it's done. Undefined reading battle. I've made a grave mistake. I can't reference this on an external object. Yeah, no, here. What? X is not defined? Yeah, well, of course it's not defined. Of course it's not defined. Intended move. I don't think I need these. Intended. Okay, so this actually won't work. Part of the reason is I need to initialize it, and when I no, no, I need to initialize it. I have to do like start X. Yeah. Original chords. Yeah, I haven't even given it the right data. End X, which is intended. Oh, intended is battle dot intended move 0. One. Okay. Yeah. So that's the end goal over there. So yes. Then we move it. We make sure to move. We should probably do this right here. Instead of moving the NPC as part of the animation operation, we should probably just do it right before we call. Yeah, which we do. So we don't even need this. Perfect. All right. So there's our start. There's our end. Our current tells us whatever. And let's just see how far this gets us. Actually, I think it might make more sense if we animate ocean battle, move, reset, and then set up our values, and then add it to the animation list. Crap. WMPC is not defined. Listen, your mom is not defined, all right? Of course it's not defined. What am I even thinking of? I guess it'd be start. No, it wouldn't even be start. See, oh man, I need to come up with some helper functions. It's not start because I need to multiply. Ah man, I need to multiply these by the size of the asset, the pixels, the width by height of the pixels. These are world coordinates, but they're not representative of pixel coordinates. All right. Well, we can just reference this. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with oops, with this. We're sharing states here. Uh, start x and end x have to be multiplied by the scale of the assets. Oh, it's trying. X and Y. Yeah. X and Y. Okay. It is trying. All right. So let's run it again. We'll pause the animation and we'll have a look at what JavaScript is doing here. So it's a little bit glitchy. Here it is. It does not have a top or a left. Okay. So what is my animator doing? We here, let's make sure that we actually have a tile first. No ship tile found for animation. We'll make sure that we have this first. And yeah, this should... I don't currently see an issue with this. Okay, let me make sure that we're actually pulling in a ship tile. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I know what's happening. Okay. Crap. Because I'm repainting the entire scene, I kind of have the scene repainter that is out of sync with the current position of the NPC. So every animation frame, the scene is repainted. The NPC is put back in its original position because it has technically not moved in accordance with WebAssembly standards. And so any amount of animation that has happened between one frame to the other is reset. So I need to... Crap. I could inject this animation directly into the entire scene repaint. Which is probably what I need to do. Which means I have to go down to where I'm repainting the entire scene. Right about here. And in my NPC layer, right here, I have to take some of the code that I started building out up top here. Like animate ocean battle move chords. So I can take this guy. Go down to my NPCs. Position is absolute. Width, height, 3D, all of that is fine. I can go like this. I can go if the animate ocean battle move is in the list of animations. I don't need to check for any validity. There's nothing. If it's in, it's in. Oh crap. Yeah. Okay, and then my style just needs to be updated. And we'll include top, which would be animate ocean battle move current Y. And then left. Okay. I do want to eliminate potential weirdness with setting this attribute twice on the same tile. So we'll see. Well, that sucks. Animate ocean battle move, yada yada, current X, Y. Okay, let's see. Oh, I did a typo. No problem. No problem. Easy fix. Go here, start the battle, move it, confirm. Oh yeah, I don't know why the enemy ship left, and it kind of went. That's kind of weird, but okay. It's working. I don't know. 101. I don't know. Sure, I want to move here this time. Look at that. It's slow. This ship is slow, but it be moving. Okay, that's great. That's awesome. All right, so when the animation is over, then we can take the action of like literally doing the move. We could take the action before and then animate it, or we can take the action, or we can animate it first and then take the action. I'm trying to think of the light multiplayer mode, and I think I would say we should probably take actions first inside of WebAssembly and then animate them. Um, no, we can't do that. Otherwise, we have a chicken and egg problem with the position of certain things. Oh boy. It's getting late and the problems are piling. What are we gonna do? Welcome to Spiro's sick voice. It's deep. It's deep and thoughtful. I want to take the action when the animation is done. All right, let me see what I have up here. Go in. Keep going. Keep going. I don't really have any checks up here for like, are animations done or not? I really don't. Okay, I have a poor man's way of doing this. All right, here's the poor man's way. At the end of the animation, I'm going to call the same function that triggered the animation to begin with. If the animation has a current X value of something greater than 0, it means it has not been reset and animated. It's not equal to true. Okay, so it means that we're starting fresh. That's what we're doing. This is not great. It'll get us by. If, however, yeah, it's got to be, so the current X has to be equal to 0. Oh no, wait. Oh crap. Hang on. How do I detect whether this thing's animating? Do I just set an animating flag? Is that it? Is that what I have to do here? Friggin' hell. Uh, current X greater than 0, animated, not equal to true. I would just say animating. That's it. This is getting stupid. So let's just go animating. All right, we're not gonna make this fancy. Animating. Animating is true. Animating is false. All right. So, if animating not equal true, okay, so we're not currently animating, then we reset everything and we animate it. If animating equals false and animated, just in case, again, this is not the best, but it shall suffice. Then we want to remove the animation if it has not already been removed. And we want to run the action to execute that move inside of WebAssembly. At this point, the we can re-render, I guess we can just re-render the menu system and the movement stuff should go away. Once you've made a move, you can't make a move again. Let's see if this works now. It almost worked. It actually technically did work. It it moved to the NPC's turn and automated an attack. All right. Don't know why it's animating the attack there, but anyways. Oh, confirm cannons. Yeah, that's why. I need to do confirm move. That would be why. Yeah. Let's go shorter here. Yeah. Let's not take forever. Okay. Well, no errors. It animating. Don't know what happened here. Don't know what happened there. Yeah, it technically did work. Let's say here. Repeat. Don't you dare tell me that you're don't repeat on me. Okay, well, if I were to, let's say I pause and then I were to look at, oh, I don't know, the NPC that I'm after here. I'll go look at the data that we're supposedly getting for it. NPC is new, game data, world NPC, WASM exports, WNPC ID, NPC position X, it's 0 and 0. So it's not, it's getting to the end, it's just not executing maybe the action, or it's just not determining that the action is done. And I think it's because animating is not equal to true. Yeah, so I have a chicken and egg problem I have to resolve here. Okay, I've got it. I've got it. I know. You cannot do this unless you exist already in the animation list. Yeah, that's the key. That's it. That's what it is. You literally just want this. If you do not exist in the array of animations, run the animation. If you do exist, you're good to go. Is this gonna work? Nope. Nope. It continued. It continued to repeat. So I'll pause. I'll have a look at my animations. Let's go over to 3. This is Ocean Battle Move. Animated is false. Animating is true. Well, that don't make any sense. You're supposed to stop when your current and your end match. Let's see where you are here. 30. Yeah. 32. Yeah. Uh-huh. Confirm the move. Do I need to go in here and debug you? Here, let's go right here. Okay. All right. So you made it to this far. What's your animated state? It's true. What's your animating state? It's false. Your animations are 3. Yeah, that's right. Let's go have a look at the confirm move function. Do you end up here? Or do you end up here? Run. What? It's still a chicken and egg problem. That's why. I don't see how when I specifically remove it. Animate ocean battle move should not exist in animations, and I guess it doesn't. And maybe that's the problem. All right, I got I got this. Okay, hold my beer. End move. All right. End move. We're not gonna play these games anymore. Probably should have just done this in the first place. End move. You do confirm move to get the animation going. You do end move to remove the animation. Okay, here. Are you happy now, JavaScript? Chicken egg loop animation cycle? Are you happy now? Yeah. Did I? Oh, I set a breakpoint and it. Okay. You're happy now. Big Chungus Migs? No, I'm not going to the SAW convention. No, I'm not going to go. Can't go. Okay, well, movement's working, and you don't have a move action anymore. You're not going to suck on these nuts. Yeah, good job. Good job, Big Chingus. You did it. Are you proud of yourself? You're proud of yourself. Yeah. I'm sure you are. And there's a cannon. And then we just have to end the turn. And then the NPC does stuff which we have to set up the animations for because they're no longer promise based, but our animations are done now. So we just have to apply the animations to the NPC. I guess we should do boarding maybe, but it's going to be the same as canon, so that's fine. And that's it. So our animations are ready. I do like here's something I want to do. How about like it's a little bit slow, yeah? So what if we upped the animation frame rate? Like what if we just went like this? Are you Oh yeah, look at that. That was nice and smooth. Laugh, are you just noticing the colors now? It shows how much you pay attention. I'm trying to do a solid for the viewers. And deal with like light colors. Okay, so if I do, let's say I do a move over here. Haha. And then I pick this guy and I fire the cannons. Yeah. Man, these animations are triple A. Triple A animations. Now I do have a question. If I load the world and I go in 3D, and I do anything, will it animate in 3D? What? That was weird, but okay. What about the cannonball? Okay, that's a little weird, but yes. Yes, and I think I know why, because it's not transformed into 3D. The cannonball is still in 2D mode, so yeah. Damn. So we still get the 3D performance enhancements in the battle. So there we go. We have all of our animations complete. And I won instantly because I've set a random number generator to be insanely high for my ship so that I auto destroy just about anything, pretty much. Hey, Big Chungus, thanks for the follow 2 minutes ago. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Okay. So with the animations then, I can plug away on those and do some cleanup on some of these inline styles and whatnot. It's a little bit messy. And then I just start building out worlds and story and fix up the multiplayer a bit. Try and prove that I have that React killer. I think I got it. I think I know what I'm going to do. I think this game will prove that you don't need React for anything at all, ever, period. Or any front-end framework at all for any browser-based thing ever. Yeah, okay. All right, well, that's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go eat something. I'm probably gonna go crash out on the couch because I'm still a little bit sick and stuffed up, and my head's like all congested, and I've got like a little bit of a headache and stuff, and need to chill out and get over this cold. I'm pretty much over it. It's mostly just the sinuses and whatnot, so I'm gonna do that. But yeah, 5.5 hours, not too bad, not too bad. Usually I do 24-hour streams, but maybe, yeah, you know, can't do it all the time. Maybe I'll do a 24-hour gaming stream whenever I pick one. Whenever I pick a day in a game, maybe we'll make it 24 hours. That'd be kind of cool. Because it's completely different than what I'm doing, right? Okay, so I think I'm gonna call it and go chill out and try and rest and yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be around on Discord. I might hop on Discord later to have a chat with everyone. Not sure yet, but if you join Discord, it's !Discord. It'll give you the link, or you can just watch the scrolling thing or whatever, or just let me know. And yeah, I'll just continue working on this, cleaning this up, and we'll see if we can get the animations kind of behind us, and work on some story and stats and stuff like that. I think that'd be great. Let me just have a look at something real quick before I call it. Just 1 second. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, thanks again, everyone. I appreciate it. We're good. I'm gonna on the Twitch side, I'll move the viewers over to It's Okay. He's working on a video game too. He tends to work on some pretty cool stuff. I don't think he does like the same kind of things that we do here with like Vanilla C and whatnot, but it could be interesting to watch. He's an interesting guy. So I'll move you guys over there. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here on all the different platforms. Yeah, thanks Laugh. For posting the Discord link there. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone being here. It was fun. It was 4 or 5 hours of me just talking and then like an hour or something of animation code. It was good. So I'll be back again ASAP. And yeah, I appreciate all the support and everything. I'm going to go eat and rest, try and get over this crap. Have a good day, everybody. Peace out. Good day. Good night. Oh no, did I screw up the raid? Pretty sure I screwed up the raid. Oh, we're raiding? Okay, good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Let me click raid now, and then here we go. Peace out.